probably we expect, or we hope they were going to meet your expectations. We're going to have deep conversations. The theme this year was driven by what we are seeing in the ecosystem. We are seeing that we need to have that pivotal time where we pause and reflect and see how best can we move forward as partners and players in the digital ecosystem. We have various partners that have supported us. We will continue mentioning that to all of you. But I know most of you are wondering about the theme, enabling rural economies. We felt that most of our work is to try and enable small-scale producers. And if we provide the right tools for them, we'll definitely be able to grow their production levels and in turn help and boost the rural economies where they come from. By this, our work will be able to create lasting impact. Today we have activities through the whole day. We're going to start with the opening remarks where we'll have various speakers sharing their thoughts with us. We'll have presentation immediately after on state of a sector. I'm going to give you more information about that. We'll have a dialogue, and then we'll take a small break, and then we'll transition into deep conversations where we'll have more conversations on digital financial services. We have deliberately split the 2 days so that we can focus on financial services on the first day and information services on the second day. So even most of our partners who are going to be at the marketplace are the ones who are more in tune with providing financial services. And that is what we are going to focus on in the afternoon, where we're going to have a masterclass or masterclasses. After the masterclasses, we are going to go to the marketplace and do more of a networking that is essential for an event like this. Since you're going to be working through the journey together, I won't go deeply into the agenda, but every other juncture, I'll be giving you more and more information about what is going to happen next. Like at this point in time, what is going to happen now is we're going to hear from various speakers. I'm going to provide their opening remarks. The first speaker, he is or has close to 20 years of experience in this space. He worked for an MNO back then. If you were all in Kenya back then, there was an MNO called Kensel. Then it moved to, I think, Zain, and then now Airtel. He was the head of mobile money there. He has worked in different organizations, institutions across Africa. He has extensive studies in commerce and now sociology. He has been in this space or leading the AgriFin program for the past 4 years, and he's been in the AgriFin program for at least 8 years. Allow me to welcome to the stage the one and only Mr. Sieka Gatabaki. I know most of you know him, and just a tidbit, the only thing that has changed is his hair, so he'll tell us more about that.
Morning, everyone. Great to see all of you here today. The room is actually getting packed. I think we're at about 60% of the people we expected, so that's not bad. One of the things that we love to do at AgriFin is study data and data trends. When we were registering people for this event, we got over 600 registrations. We actually stopped the registration count at about 500. And we still had 100 plus more. Some people I won't name were adding more people to come to the event. But then you can see we're not yet fully there. We're not yet there. So if you had a way of, I know we are right now in the age of artificial intelligence that gives us a lot more predictive power. And I hear different people saying, someone mentioned that, we usually expect 80% of people to show. We usually expect et cetera, et cetera. I think with AI, we should be at a stage, and we should have done this, Collins, is just plug our numbers into a numerical AI system to give us estimated numbers of people who will actually come. That way we can manage the budget, we can manage the seating. But I'm happy that we've all showed up. It is very important that we have a good number of people who can actually describe, share their experiences in the ecosystem. And so we're always proud to have all of you here. Let me start off by explaining who we are as AgriFin, because some of you are new to this event, some of you have come to this event a number of times. So AgriFin was conceived of 8-10 years ago when a group of people in Muriuki thought that there was an opportunity to leverage digital technology to improve the lives of small-scale producers across the global south. The initial program was more of an experiment. It was called AgriFin Mobile, and it was rolled out in Uganda, Zimbabwe, and Indonesia to really understand how mobile technology at that time could actually have a stronger positive impact for people across those countries. And when they went to develop the solutions, to develop their approaches, they began to understand that you cannot really push digital technology without the help and support from a very strong ecosystem. So they learned that partnerships are critical and what form of partnerships need to happen to make this work. They learned that collaboration with government and other institutions were critical facets of improving the way digital solutions and mobile solutions work for smallholder farmers. So in 2015, we upgraded the program and we launched what was called AgriFin Accelerate, that really focused on how do we accelerate technology solutions looking at the Agtech ecosystem and what the Agtech ecosystem needs to actually build viable solutions for smallholder farmers. We were given a great mandate because we're told we expect that 70% of your innovations will fail. And I mean, it's rare that you get that grant funding to allow you to fail 70% of the time. But I think that was a beautiful approach to allow us to test, to allow us to look at what the limits are in terms of creating services for smallholder farmers. So we tested, we learned, and we built a playbook around how do you work with Agtechs, how do you work with ecosystem players, how do you build collaboration so that those solutions can truly benefit the small-scale producers in terms of improving their resilience, incomes, and productivity. The natural step after that, and I think you can all guess, is that thanks to the Gates Foundation, we said, okay, so we've tested, we know what works. Can we now scale solutions? Because getting something to work at a basic, small community level is one thing. Scaling solutions is an important thing. And I'll stop there a bit and just go into this theme of scaling. I was watching a documentary the other day. I think it was the Gates documentary about the future of things. And one phrase caught my attention. It said something like this: the scale of the solution must meet the scale of the problem. And you all know that we are facing huge challenges as a society across the world, as a global society, a global community. We're facing climate change, we continue to face inequality, poverty, etc., etc. Those are big problems. And if you do not have solutions that can meet those problems where they're at, then what you're doing is very small. It'll have very little impact. In fact, sometimes what you're doing will actually retrogress, because the problem keeps compounding itself. If you are told right now, and I think I read it somewhere, that we have 4 years to reverse everything we've done wrong with climate and this world. 4 years only. It's not going to help to just do a small test somewhere. You've got to think big. You've got to have big bets. Yeah? So AgriFin, over the last few years, has been learning how do we then identify, support, scaling. Yeah? This year is the last year of our scaling grant, which is the AgriFin Digital Farmer 2, that has really looked at some of the challenges, barriers towards scaling. I must say we have some answers, but we have not answered all the questions. Many questions still arise. From our approach, we strongly looked at the private sector, their role in scaling and supporting a scaling ecosystem. We looked at the Agtech, the innovators, and how they can build companies that are sustainable, that can grow and deliver the right products and solutions to smallholder farmers. We looked at funding. We started to look at funding, which is a big part, the capital stack. How can capital be better leveraged to support these organizations? And how do you connect innovators with investors and the right types of capital? But what we didn't look at, sadly enough, was how much government plays a role in scaling solutions. And the big topics that are coming up now are digital public infrastructure, digital public goods. They are those sectors in the economy that potentially do not have a viable product that can actually be monetized in the short to medium term. We've often found that it is really hard to monetize agronomic advice, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a couple of sectors that still need something. Either there's a technology that's missing, there's a delivery channel that's missing, or there's a paradigm that's missing that wouldn't allow them to monetize. So we still see that even though we've covered and made great steps in our journey, there are many more steps that we need to take forward. And we are encouraged by the fact that we're not alone on this journey. There are many people who are looking at all these various areas. The gathering today is a gathering of such people. The individuals you're sitting next to are all tackling some of these scaling solutions, be it from the public sector, private sector, from technology, etc., wearing various hats. So we're excited to start this dialogue with you all today. And for us, it's the beginning of shaping what a future AgriFin program could look like. Where could we actually plug in our knowledge, our skills, our assets that we've built over the last few years to continue and progress this journey towards making the world better for everyone. Having said that, as AgriFin, we have, in the experiment of scaling, scaled quite a bit ourselves. Over the last 8 to 10 years, we've reached over 17 million farmers, interacted with over 250 partners. I can't even count how many engagements we've done, and we've built a lot of tools and playbooks that are supporting us in our journey to grow. But beyond that, we have made friends, we have made valuable relationships that we truly believe and we truly honor and hope that we can nurture in the years to come. I don't want to take too much time because I think the rest of the speakers are going to be a lot more interesting, a lot more powerful. But let's all look towards what can we do to enable these rural economies to really have sustainable impact at the small-scale producer level. So I'm looking forward to the conversations, and I thank you all for coming once again. Please make sure that if you're seated alone at the back, join someone, join tables that already have people. As much as possible, we want people to be interacted, so feel free to move. Don't get fixated on where you're seated. A lot of the conversations that are going to be happening in an hour or two will be based on the tables that you'll be sitting on, and you'll have to be at least 10 people on a table to discuss certain issues. So we would like you to not get too comfortable in one space. You'll need to move around and be a lot more interactive. So those are my final words for now. I'll call on Collins. Oh yes, I'm supposed to call the next speaker. All right. In the spirit of what I just said, this journey towards making the world a better place and changing it for the better, you definitely need those people who support the dream and who are willing to invest in the dream. And we have had a great gentleman who has invested and supported in our dreams for a long time. He has missed a number of these ALEs, and we're glad and very happy to have him here today. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Stuart, our program officer from the Gates Foundation, to give us some opening remarks. Thank you, everyone.
You can just start there. Take the microphone. I need a clicker too. Yeah. Oh. Great, thank you. Great to be here. As Sieka said, I've actually missed the last two annual learning events, which is a real shame because this is my favorite grant that I manage and something that we talk a lot about at the foundation. So really happy to be here this time around. I think, do I have 10 minutes, 15 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. Great. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. I just wanted to run through a little bit of some reflections, as Collis was saying earlier, just sort of what have we learned through all of this work. We're supporting the AgriFin team, but so are other donors, GIZ, Bayer Foundation, specifically for our grant, were really important and instrumental in sort of bridging between AgriFin Digital Farmer 1 and 2. So appreciated their participation and many others. But I just wanted to sort of step us back a little bit. Some of you would recognize this graphic. It came from the 2019 CTA Dolberg Digitalization for African Agriculture report. And it was launched at the AGRF conference. And it was the first time we started to get together at least some semblance of data telling us what the potential impact of bundling these different services together could be. Now there's quite a range on some of these numbers. We didn't have a lot of data back then, but we sort of had a sense that, okay, if you combine finance with advisory, with market access tools, with insurance, that you start to get a multiplier effect. And that was the impetus for us to invest in the AgriFin program. Now, in that time, what we've seen is quite a bit of growth in the sector. So, on the left there, you've got a report from the State of the Sector report. This is an updated version, essentially, of that CTA report back in 2019. This is in 2022 with USAID, Feed the Future program. And we've got about 1,300 Agtech startups across the globe in low and middle-income countries. Half of those are in sub-Saharan Africa. So just an incredible continued growth. At the same time, we've seen increased investment, and that's been a little more of a ramp up through 2022. Now, a lot of that has been across all sorts of agri-food systems. Some of it can be in market access tools, things like Twiga and so forth. But pretty impressive growth. However, if we look at the global trends, we start to see some different things happening after 2022, obviously. With COVID, we saw a bump in digital related investments, and with the more constrained capital markets, we're starting to see reduced investment in agtech globally. And just a note on the chart on the right shows you that we have less than 2% of the global funds going into African agtech startups. So just wanted to sort of give that broader context on where we are. It's a very constrained environment. But that was why, AgriFin was required, and this is just a dashboard that I use to track a lot of the AgriFin investments internally. They've done a fantastic job, working with a lot of organizations and companies to, improve their products, improve their services, getting great numbers on, mix between men and women users, starting to get to active user definitions. So just a fantastic job the team have done over the years. Again, not just our investment, but others as well, reaching the full 17 million. And again, this is a little bit internal, and it's a little a lot of data, but I just wanted to show you that these guys have really exceeded our metrics every milestone. So, by far exceeding our metrics of 1.8 million farmers when we were expecting 1, 3.2 when we were expecting 2. They're on track for reaching our year 4 target this year. So, fantastic progress. But I also wanted to, sort of provide perhaps a little bit of a reality check. If you look down the bottom in those red boxes, what those refer to are some of the adoption numbers, some of the net promoter score numbers that we're seeing with the 60 decibels analyses. And we're still working on getting good RCTs built out. And so this is not a challenge just for AgriFin, it's for the whole sector. When we look at some of the numbers from the State of the Sector report across different low and middle income country areas, you see pretty small adoption numbers actually. It's, anywhere from 5% to 17%, the average is 10%. So, we've still got a long way to go to reach all, close to 500 million farmers across the globe. And one thing we have learned is to get a little more precise around what we mean by user. So getting into looking at all farmers in an ecosystem, which farmers are aware of that ecosystem, what's the access, that they're able to get to that system. Are they using it, and are they meaningfully using it? So that means, are they getting value out of the system? And in Kenya recently, a 60 decibels report showed us that 56% of users were using some sort of digital service, which is great. It's higher than most other places. 27% are meaningful use, meaning they're actively using it regularly. We also don't have a huge amount of data, so that same study looks at sort of where we do have data. It's mostly on the sort of farm management side, less on the inclusion side and the climate resilience side, so still a lot more data we need to collect. And we've been ourselves doing some synthesis of data from some quantitative studies, and there's frankly not many. This is based on about 20 that we could find from around 7,000 publications that really did a good job on quantifying what those increases in yield and incomes are, which are quite low. 6% on yields and income, 26% of users being female. We're starting to get a better handle on cost, like how much does it cost to provide and maintain these services per farmer per season. And we are seeing, positive trends on hybrid solutions where you combine digital advisors with direct-to-digital solutions. So now I'm going to run over time here a little bit, but I'm going to keep rolling on and try to go through these quickly. Apologies for the complex slides. But another piece out of that State of the Sector report was when you asked the innovators themselves what the limitations were to growth, access to funding, obviously, that's going to continue to be a constrained challenge. Difficulties in user adoption, I think I'll dive into that a little bit. Lack of skilled talent, I think that's going to become more of a problem when we look at AI solutions and getting the right sort of data science talent. Lack of supporting infrastructure, I'll talk about that, and regulatory constraints. And I think what we at the Gates Foundation are sort of focusing on are these two. That's why I'll talk about them. Difficulties in user adoption, which we see, challenges around digital language literacy, cost, relevance, timeliness, and awareness of these solutions. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about AI in this presentation. So that is something we're really looking at seriously. I mean, it's again, not a silver bullet, but we do feel it's going to overcome a lot of those challenges I just mentioned. Because if you have a richer conversational interface with the user, they're able to ask questions, get answers to those questions when they need them. We don't have to sort of try to predict when farmers need information to send a text message out. It's being requested. And you actually get a lot of data and feedback that way too. So just two examples we've been experimenting with. One is virtual agronomists with ISDA. And they're seeing a 66% increase in yield through farmers that use this system. 48% of the farmers on this chart in green are getting over 4 tons per hectare, and those less than 2 is the median for the traditional farmers. And then another example is Digital Green. They'd be deploying farmer.chat, and that's really fascinating to look at the data. They have 300,000 queries over the last year to look at. And you start to see, okay, what are farmers asking about? It's surprisingly in Kenya, it's not maize. It's more about other crops, dairy and poultry and coffee, things they want to move to. I think they all know how to grow maize in Kenya. Everybody does. Collis, I'm sure, has a farm somewhere with some maize. But the grid here shows like the breakdown of over time across the horizontal axis and vertically the different topics that farmers are asking about. So just imagine this is real-time information that you can get and incorporate into your designs. Then finally, I'll just finish on lack of supporting infrastructure. I think this, your interpretation, people might think that means, okay, hardware, networks, fiber optic. But it also means, sorry, I lost my slide for a second. It also means things like data, farmer registries, environmental information, weather, soils, pricing data, etc. And we're starting to see some really interesting examples of, Sieka mentioned, digital public infrastructure. So these are, I think a lot of people think this means all things data, all things digital, but it's really very specifically more about the protocols that enable scale to occur. So examples that are used to describe a classic DPI, the GPS standard, or the internet is essentially a DPI. It's a standard, the HTTP protocol. GSMA was stood up as an association to collaborate with different MNOs to develop the GSM standard. So these types of protocols and standards enable scale to occur. So the question is, how do we apply those principles to agriculture around ID, digital credentialing, tailored services based on farmer registries, broadcast and fulfillment of products, payments and unified payment services. We're seeing some great examples come out of India with AgriStack being developed at a national level, and there's a team here from the Open AgriNet to look at global network for agricultural knowledge and resources and protocols to share that type of information. So I think this is sort of the exciting places where we're looking at is around AI and DPI in agriculture. We feel like that's the next step to sort of enable a lot of these solutions to scale, as Sieka was suggesting. And all the pictures I've shown on this presentation have been AI generated. This is the only one that's not, because I just want to remind ourselves that we're talking about real people, real people's lives. Things happen, COVID happened in this case, and we need to design our systems to really address this person's problems. So thank you all. Thank you, Sieka and team. Looking forward to the event.
Thanks, Stuart. I believe it deserves more a heartier clap than that. Thank you for providing deeper insights of a journey for the AgriFin program, journey towards digital transformation, and the main reason you're here. So now we've heard about the initiatives that are going on, what about AgriFin and what AgriFin has been able to do. We're going to switch it a bit. We wouldn't have been here without some of our partners. And most of them, or some of them, have experienced some high level of success. Some have been able to struggle. And that's why we are here today, to try and see or to learn from each other so we can be able to build on the platforms that we've had. Our next speaker has a very distinguished career in financial services. I'm sure you've heard of the various products out there, including M-Shwari, M-Power, MoCash, were developed by the private sector, CBA, now NCBA. He has pioneered the development and commercialization of successful mobile savings and loan banking services that have been rolled out in the region, in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda. He holds a graduate degree in mathematics and computer science. He has advanced qualifications in business from the University of Virginia, and he's an executive leader. One of the key aspects that we had to have him here today, because he is a keen actor in terms of mentoring Agtechs and fintech-focused organizations. He is also an avid sportsman, but for today he is going to give us a snippet of how can we innovate in large organizations? How can we innovate and introduce products that can serve or deal with pertinent challenges that we face as consumers? So allow me to welcome Mr. Eric Muriuki Njagi, the Chief Executive Officer, NBA Loop DFS, to give us more insights on innovating in the private sector.
Good morning. I wish my mother was here for that introduction. I'm not sure everything that was said, I can remember all of that, but I'm glad to be here and to be speaking about something I am increasingly becoming very passionate about. I will admit my journey onto these kind of platforms, talking about agri or agri-tech, is not the typical route. We started off as fairly hard-nosed bankers. But we've seen the light. We've seen the need for having a greater purpose than profit. So good morning to everyone. As introduced, my name is Eric Muriuki, and I lead the team at NCBA Digital Financial Services. We are now operating as Loop DFS. There we are. As had been introduced, we've been quite proud about our heritage, particularly in the last 10 to 12 years, having worked with various partners that I'm seeing in the room here today to launch M-Shwari. That was 12 years ago. We almost forget that's a child finishing high school today. So everyone who's been involved in our journey, we're very proud to be associated with you, the FSD, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and very many other collaborators that we have worked with. We've done similar digital financial services with MTN. I've only shown one brand there, but we are also in Ivory Coast, in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Tanzania, serving about 78 million users with mobile savings and loans solutions. But following our merger, which is now 5 years old, NCB has since set up a fit-for-purpose fintech organization, that's Loop DFS. We've also taken to market our own play with digital financial services, which is not what we are talking about today, but I have to mention, you need to be interested with what we're doing with Loop. Download it on the app stores. Sorry for taking your time to do a bit of marketing. But that's our heritage, and we're very proud of that. But I want to talk about today very specifically, and as you can see, the banker in me comes out with charts and numbers. What we want to use for discussion is the work we are doing in the rice ecosystem. I know it's all about AgriFin, but I think to anchor our discussions, we identified one value chain that we want to cut our teeth in, and there's very specific reasons why we picked rice as the first value chain that we want to invest in quite significantly. First, if you look at the table below you, consumption of rice in Kenya, as at we take 2024, these are our projections, but 1.6 million metric tons. I think the more reliable number is when the study was done in 2021. We were consuming 1.2 million metric tons of rice and producing 142,000. How that number has progressed, the latest numbers we're seeing, we've increased our production to just about 180,000 metric tons of rice and consuming 1.3 million metric tons of rice. Essentially, we're importing 90% of our rice consumption. I didn't want to bore us with a lot of data, but we've also looked at how much is rice constituting the staples in most of our households, and right across from the low to middle to high income, rice is increasingly a very important staple. You look at nutritional values, rice relative to maize, which is considered the staple in Kenya, there is enough reason for us to be interested in rice. I can assure you that the projected productions as per the National Bureau of Statistics, the National Rice Development Strategy, have not been hit. But the consumption numbers, of course, our population is growing, and we really need or do see the case for intervening in the rice value chain. The market is there, that's the thing. To give a bit more context, last year alone, Kenya spent about $518 million to import rice. Now, that is not just forex that we're losing, but is processor or jobs that are in Pakistan and India that should be in Kenya. It's rice millers who are in Pakistan and not industrialists here in Kenya. And I'm only giving Kenya as an example, but look all across Africa, rice is a very important staple. Another reason why we picked rice is when dealing with agriculture, risk management is primarily, given the fact that most of our agri is rain-fed. When you look at rice, the dynamics are different. It requires significant investment in water infrastructure, but once that investment is in place, we have the soils and we have the weather to grow rice throughout the year. So it then is important for us to say, okay, one important factor or risk driver is water. How do we address that? Because once you address that, then at least you've lowered most of your risk drivers in that specific value chain. In Kenya, again, as per the National Irrigation Authority, I should have put the source for that, we have 80,000 acres of land under rice production. But we have 480,000 acres of land that has already benefited from water infrastructure, ready for irrigation. That's 17% of the land that is already prepared for rice. Only 17% of that is farmed. If you look into the details of it, or if I go into the details of it, when you say rice in Kenya, you really mean where? 90% of the rice we produce in Kenya comes from the Mwea region, which has about 39,000 acres of land ready for production, and 37,000 of it is already farmed. But there is 250,000 acres of land already irrigated in Western and Nyanza. Only 17,000 is under production. There's another 100,000 in the coast region, barely 7,000 acres. So when we looked at the data, we are very compelled that this is the one area that we can cause impact. We've trained our attention into this particular ecosystem, but what we are doing is also building the capability for us to be able to move on from one ecosystem that we have mastered and learned and take those practices to other agriculture ecosystems. The figure on your right hand there, on average, farmers in Kenya are producing 25 bags, and that ranges from anything between 15 bags per acre to about some very successful ones actually hitting 40 bags per acre. What we are seeking to do within our program is to hit a target of 34 bags per acre. And we're not talking about things we are going to do. We have already done it. We ran a very successful pilot, and we're able to produce some very good outcomes, which I'll be sharing with you shortly. So my presentation is pretty much just this slide. And I'm going to use this slide to really underpin the theme of today, which is about collaboration. How do we build collaborative digital platforms? At the center there, of course, is Loop as a digital platform. And what we have done with Loop, and it's something I wish to make clear to everyone in the room, we've built a tech platform that essentially provides all of the financial infrastructure any innovator would need, whether it is for your traditional digital financial services, I'm calling them traditional today, as you said, it's now 12 years, or it's Agtech or EdTech, anything that requires financial infrastructure, we have built the capability for that, okay? We've onboarded a producer, so here I'm using language that is akin to the platform design thinking. So producers essentially is for the rice ecosystem. Specifically, Rice is providing the seed and committing to offtake the grain once produced at a committed price, sorry. So one very important problem solved for the farmer is taking seed and is assured of the price at the time of contracting with the producer. Second, we've brought in a production agent. Now, the production agent plays a very important role and is our foremost partner in this case. Green Tech is putting boots on the ground of agronomists going to every farm with technology to map out the farm, test the soils, collect data about the farmer, collect data about the household, and throughout the production cycle, Green Tech are responsible for ensuring that the seed is put into the mapped farm, and the production protocol that has been designed and contracted with Rice is followed through. So at each key stage of the rice growing process, there is an agent. So we are mapping out a model where a Green Tech agent is assigned to, initially we're starting with 500 acres. An agent has a geography of 500 acres to cover, and they are responsible for producing rice at the target metrics. We also have other partners, just named a few, the input providers. So beyond the seed, the agrochemical input providers like Syngenta, mechanical services like Hello Tractor, so who are providing tractors, drones for spraying the crop. So, and they are paid per acre. Again, this is where technology plays a part. The farm that was mapped, we have the GIS coordinates for it. The tractor that is going to the farm has a GPS marker on it, so the tractor gets paid per acre covered. The drone gets paid per acre covered. Okay, we're also partnering with Calro, and essentially are bringing Calro and Rice together, where they are committing or working together to ensure good quality seed is produced and made available to all of the farmers. We're also working with the National Irrigation Authority. Remember, they have a mandate for developing the water infrastructure. But one problem they have is they should collect about 4,000 Kenya shillings per acre irrigated. But their collection rate has been about 20–30% because they are trying to collect from individual farmers. Now, the model that we have is all farmers are first organized into farming blocks. Each farming block is given a production target, and the price that we pay them is based on the average number of bags per acre. So instead of asking, which previously we did in the pilot, where we're asking each farmer to put in a deposit, and we realize that that is a hurdle they're struggling to overcome, we actually organize them in groups and said, okay, if you hit this level of bags per acre, you get this price. If you hit a higher level of bags per acre, you get a higher price. But that target is set for the block, not for the individual. So that you're ensuring that within the groups, they are organizing themselves and policing themselves to ensure that all of the behaviors that cause production levels or production targets not to be met are mitigated by themselves. So with National Irrigation Authority now, they know by signing up onto our program, they are now collecting 100%. So all of the input providers, the way the model works essentially is we've mapped out a production protocol. and the inputs per acre are financed. This is where the financial services are financed by the bank. So for every acre of land, we know how much seed should go in, how much fertilizer, how much pesticide, when the tractors should come in, the cost of the tractor per acre, the cost of spraying per acre, and so on. And that is paid by the bank throughout the production cycle. And when the off-taker takes the rice, the off-taker pays into the bank. We net off what we had paid per farmer, and then the farmer gets the proceeds from that. Some of the outcomes, we lowered the cost of production from an average of 71,000. And again, this average has a very broad range. Some are going up to 92,000. And also the 71,000 has a lot of inefficiencies in it. You're supposed to put in 2 bags of fertilizer. Okay, I'll put in 1.5. So you have a lower cost of production, but it really comes to bite you on the yield side. So the cost of production, fairly modest improvements, but if you just look at the numbers. But our focus has been on the yield. On average, the farmers we worked with in the pilot were getting about 18 bags on average. And we moved that to 34 bags as an average for each of the farmers per acre. With a higher yield and a lower cost of production, the farmers were now keeping a margin of 78,000 Kenya shillings, up from 5,000 as an average. Actually, in many cases, these farmers are actually operating on negative margin. They are paying 5,000 today, 15,000 next month, and so on. So they don't keep records. Actually, some of the anecdotal statements we're getting is they tell each other that don't keep records, you'll go mad. But what they don't realize is after you've received the 75,000 per acre, you had actually spent more than that in production. But now all of our farmers are actually keeping a margin of about 78,000 Kenya shillings. Very importantly, as I stated, the National Irrigation Authority now is encouraged to keep developing and maintaining their water infrastructure because we are now collecting on their behalf 100% from each of the farms. An MOU has been established with Carcoforo to promote the quality of seed production. So again, we're talking about real people, real lives. This gentleman, I went to see him after he participated in our pilot program. I did not recognize him. He had to remind me that I'm the guy who was in a patched up shirt. Today I'm wearing a suit. And it's just very small stories of dignity, but the one that really struck me is when we met the group of farmers who had participated in the pilot, their most proud thing that all of them could share is that they did not stand in queue this period for bursaries from their member of parliament. Each one of them was able to take their kids to school without queuing up for bursaries. But if you think about it, if you take an area of a typical rice block has about 200 to 500 acres. And you'll find these blocks are probably about 10 of them. So you're talking about a geography of about 5,000 acres. Moving the household income from an average of 5,000 shillings to 78,000 shillings. And in the area we're working, we're able to grow rice twice in a season. You're then talking of upwards of 160,000, 170,000 Kenya shillings per household per acre. The transformative impact of that. We went to the area, mud houses have been pulled down, they're putting up a bit more permanent houses, concrete floor, wooden walls, moving away from mud. Kids are staying in school. Health is being paid for. So we're quite excited about the prospect. I think I forgot to mention our objective, and we've put in the operational capacity for this, is to now sign up 1,000 new acres under rice production every month. We are working and are hitting our metrics for that in 2024, but preparing to scale that up to 2,000 acres per month going forward from 2025. We've defined some metrics that we want to see in all of the areas that we're working in, looking at household income, savings with formal financial institutions, as in held savings balances, the secondary school completion rate, the access to primary health care, and also formal jobs created per 1,000 acres that we found. I think it's also important to call out that it's not just about helping farmers, but also creating industries, creating and building up economic opportunities. So we do see opportunities here for investors, entrepreneurs to come in and work with us on seed development and propagation, mechanization and operations. If our goal really is to hit 100,000 acres of rice in the next 3 years, those 100,000 acres will need tractors, will need drones, will need all sorts of farming mechanization and operations. There's opportunities for millers, packers, and also entrepreneurs in the supply chain. I think those are what I'll call out as the direct opportunities. And it's useful to state that these opportunities, we then have a platform that is providing the data, providing the integrity of the value chain, even for then lenders to come and participate in financing the investors. Of course, other opportunities in social services, because these households now are able to pay for better schools, better health, and other such social services, and also water infrastructure development. That's almost a seen word now in Kenya when you say PPPs, but there is an opportunity also for water infrastructure development. As I conclude, I would like to say that we very firmly believe that it's not just about intervening to help, but actually there is significant economic opportunity. And digital platforms have a role to play in creating this capability and creating the market linkages between digital platforms and the very important physical infrastructure that has to be on the ground. And to finalize, Loop DFS, Digital Financial Services, as I stated at the beginning, we are very prepared and very willing and capable to provide the financial infrastructure for anyone who's thinking about building and collaborating digital platforms that cause the right kind of impact in Africa. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Platforms are powerful instruments and powerful tools. Throughout our journey at AgriFin, we've been looking at different platforms, how they grow, and their ability to actually, as Eric put it, crowd in other services and build an economy around them. But I won't go much further into that because I'd like to introduce the next speaker. And I think in terms of introduction, probably sharing a small story. To me, Agtechs, and these are startups that start from the very beginning in terms of having limited capital, limited resources, but just an idea, are individuals that I call heroes. People who are willing to challenge the norm, challenge the obvious, and look for ways within which to deliver a service that is greatly needed by a particular community or sector of the economy. And I had the privilege of meeting one such hero, someone who actually, when we had our first conversations way back about 2016, they had an idea and they were implementing it and they were thinking about how it will grow, and it was amazing conversations. The concept was quite sound because there was an addressable market, they had a model, they had the technology, they lacked the capital, and possibly they lacked the partnerships to make it scale. But believe you me, this guy scaled that solution. But let me not steal more of his story. Let me allow him to come and share his story from where they began to where they ended. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Stefano Carcoforo. Still can't get your name, right? Surname, on stage.
Thank you, Sieka. I wouldn't call myself a hero. But anyway, last night I thought about preparing a presentation, but then I thought it would be boring, so I thought it would be easy to just tell you the story and sort of the series of events that led up to what is now a company in administration, but there's a silver lining. And yeah, many of you know me personally. I think we've met out here in the lobby. A lot of you know my personal story, some of the intimate details, and when Sieka had asked to come and present the story of iProcure, initially I thought, oh, here's my chance to sort of get even and sort of disclose all the juicy details about how we were done wrong and all the nasty things that happened leading up to the demise of the company. But that was maybe a month ago, and thank you for this, because it was a chance to sort of just reflect, which I didn't do, and on honest reflection, well, let's just see how things conclude, right? So no, I'm not going to say any nasty things or blame anybody outside of myself, but yeah. So I'm not sure how many of you know about iProcure, but just last year we were a pretty big deal. We had 3-country operation. We were serving well over 1 million farmers through about almost 7,000 agro dealers. And then sort of things just kind of took a turn for the worst. But back in, the idea, the concept of iProcure was actually quite simple. Back in 2012, which gives you an idea of how long we've been working on this, my wife was my first co-founder, and I, we went about trying to sort of introduce store management systems on mobile phones to retailers, right? Our first customers happened to be agro dealers, and so we just followed it and went with it. But it was purely a tech play. Our journey began in much humbler circumstances than probably what you guys know. The idea, of course, was to offer retailers a simple stock management tool on their phones. This was around the time the first Android phones hit the market. The idea seemed basic, a mobile solution for inventory management, automatic stock replenishment. Today, building such an app would be trivial, given all the frameworks that they have available to us. But back then, in 2012, it was brutal. I mean, just getting things to work consistently on those early platforms felt like a never-ending uphill battle, and Sieka knows a lot about that. But we pushed forward and invested our own savings, about $100,000 of it. You know, the plan was simple. Charge retailers about 500 shillings a month, which is a fairly modest fee, I think. And we would spare them the trouble of having to shut down their store each month to do a stock take. That's all we did. Since then, it's become significantly more sort of sophisticated, but yeah. The technology worked, and the retailers loved it, but they didn't want to pay for it. So we had to start getting innovative, if you will. So I remember one Saturday afternoon with Nicole sitting and scratching our heads in disbelief. The retailers that we were providing the service to were processing literally millions of shillings every month worth of transactions, but they balked at paying 500 shillings a month. It was super weird. So we realized we had to sort of approach the problem differently. They didn't want to pay for the product, so we kind of had to make the agro dealer the product. We realized that we were sitting on a lot of data. We could see what they were purchasing, how often they would purchase it, what inventory was on their shelf, what price it was bought at, what price it was being sold. We decided to, and noticed that they were purchasing from distributors, right? So the truck would come by. It's not a branded truck. It's not Unga. It's not Vital. It's you know, some distributor. So Nicole and I and Patrick at the time decided to sort of go up the chain and just go purchase from the factory and show up at their store with exactly what they needed. And I remember, you know, driving from industrial area to Kiambu in our little Pajero with the windows all down because we were carrying agrochemicals. And I don't know if you guys have been in an agrochemical store. It's not pleasant. But we did it, and it was working, and we were generating revenue. And finally, you know, we felt like we hadn't sort of wasted our life savings. But in those days, you know, things were a lot simpler. It was our own capital. We were a small team. I think we had just gotten about 3 founders by then. And you know, in the early days, it was, how do I put this? Kind of fearless, right? Not really too concerned about what's going to happen or is it going to work. At the end of the day, you know, most of us were engineers or had technical backgrounds. Worst case scenario is, doesn't work out, go back to your job. You lost 2 years, learned a lot of lessons. But we saw a lot of success. The years that followed were filled with growth. We became closer as founders, 4 of us. We raised our families. We became, you know, a tight-knit community. It was a great place to work. I actually met some of my old colleagues here. I don't know if Kevin is here. But it was a great place to work, great atmosphere. And then we raised, you probably know, I mean, against my own sort of advice, we publicly announced that we raised about $10 million. I think 17 million was reported. 7 of that 17 was supposed to be debt, which never materialized. But you know, it was exciting times. But you know, with that sort of $10 million capital influx, came a whole set of other problems. So the next part of my journey, the journey is called More Money, More Problems. So what happens when you raise $10 million, right? You have obligations to your investors. You have to professionalize the business. Mind you, we were doing very well. We had sustained periods of profit, $14 million in revenue, good unit economics. I mean, narrow margins, but they worked in the best of times. But sort of as things progressed, and I realize I'm running low on time, we made a number of mistakes. There was a lot of advice and a lot of caution thrown to the wind, partly due to the new requirements. You know, we had to bring on a professional management team to professionalize the business. It kind of demotivated founders, you know, having to employ executives that now take stock options and are paid 4 times your salary for something that you spent 8 years building. You know, it can cause some of the founders to get quite disgruntled, and that's actually what happened. So teams started to fragment, no united front to resist many of the demands that were coming our way. But there were specific events that actually led up to our failure, and that all rest on our shoulders squarely. So as iProcure grew, so did the challenges. We made decisions that compromised our ability to navigate the economic storms that followed. Kenya's economy took a turn for the worst last year, and we found ourselves struggling to adapt. Today I want to reflect on some of the key moments where we were warned but failed to take action in time. The fertilizer market collapse. AgDevCo, a respected investment fund, conducted a risk assessment as part of their due diligence and strongly advised us to diversify away from fertilizer. We didn't listen. When the government introduced the subsidy, it wiped out 60% of our market overnight. Foreign debt currency risk. Our advisors, again, Stratling Global and very good friends, personal friends, warned us about taking foreign denomination debt, especially leading into an election year. And they were absolutely right. The sharp depreciation of the Kenya shilling left us exposed, inflating our debt by almost 3-fold and squeezing our margins to negative. Again, overnight. Furthermore, it's probably worth noting now that local debt was a much better option despite being sort of a higher interest rate. Our fuel prices surged. Our first investor, Abdul, and my uncle, a hard-nosed businessman, would often ask over coffee, all these sales, great, but what's going to the bottom line? And at the time, not much. Our margins were slim, around 10%, because of our heavy focus on fertilizer. And it was an easy product to sell. Good growth, didn't require much sort of thinking around it, and we were able to meet the expectation of our investors, which was 2x, 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 2x. So we ignored and we continued to focus on commodities that relied heavily on very high transport cost and very little margin to allow you to sort of adapt to harsh market conditions. He urged us to sort of create our own brands, which we had all the data to sort of support, but we just didn't get into gear in time. And so what happened was it was already 3-0 down in extra time and nothing to do. Now, the pressure to grow. As part of the investment deal, and this is useful context, as part of the investment deal, we were pressured to bring on new management, something I mentioned earlier, to professionalize the business. Our wage bill ballooned by about 130%. Because, you know, with big titles come big salaries. And looking back, I mean, even as founders, at least those that are left now, we should have resisted more. We should have resisted more forcefully. We didn't need all those new hires. We were growing just fine. But the allure of an exit and the obligation to investors following a significant raise, combined with the cash injection we desperately needed, took the fight out of us. 10 years of fighting and, you know, pushing forward profit against growth, it really can wear you down after a while. So all these changes, I mean, as I mentioned, occurred in the midst of a really sharp economic downturn. In September 2023, that's when the death of the company began. I had checked out mentally for a while. And I remember getting a call from one of our accountants saying, and I was on holiday, by the way, accountant saying, yeah, we're not going to make payroll on time at best, if we do. And so I immediately cut the holiday short, rushed back, found out that many of the management team the new management team already had a foot out the door. And founders came in to sort of salvage the business. And what then ensued was a very bloody fight to save the business, which we lost. In April of 2024, the company was officially put into administration, but the fight didn't end. So we kept talking to the undertakers, who are the administrators in this case, and negotiating to purchase back our own technology. And there were 6,000 agro-dealers still using our system. And even when we couldn't afford to pay servers or provide the technical support, they still stayed. They just, and this is not a stab at any other competitors out there, there just wasn't anything up to scratch. So we continued to provide technical support ourselves, knowing full well that this wasn't our technology anymore. Ultimately, we succeeded in acquiring back the tech, just recently, actually. So happy about that. And if you ask me, that was the best part of the business. I mean, if you think about the commodity side, that was really just a means to monetize the technology. But the best part is this, and I mentioned there's a silver lining. Our customers effectively saved us, if you think, because many of the agro dealers who you would think would be disgruntled, and many of them were, and said some very nasty things. You can imagine you rely on the system to manage several of your stores. This is your income. So they said, some of them said some very nasty things, but many of them, once we were just honest with them, told them what happened to the business, were extremely supportive. And many of them who didn't want to pay their subscription started to pay the subscription fees, something that we couldn't do in 2012. So that's it. The moral is, it's all your fault. That's it.
Yeah, let's stand. Give him a... Thank you, Stefano, for sharing your story. I think we often come to forums like this, and it's a lot about success, success, success. And we don't really get to see or feel the journey that entrepreneurs go through. And even when entrepreneurs come on stage, they often want to show the best picture because they are at that stage. We rarely get the chance to see it happen as it happens. Sometimes to some organizations. So we thank you a lot for standing up and sharing your story. We hope as us who support the ecosystem, we can do a better job as well supporting organizations to achieve what they need to achieve in the products and services that they deliver. I'll hand it over to Collins because we're about to move to another conversation. So yeah, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you for honoring our call. Thank you for honoring the call of the people in this room. Thank you for sharing your story. And one thing about Stefano, he mentioned the word fight. He is a fighter. Actually, he's a jiu-jitsu black belt. So he can really fight, and thank you for putting on the good fight. Now we're going to move back to data, because we still need to know, based on the stage that Stefano has set, how other companies are doing across Africa. We're going to have our next presenter. And one thing about Stefano and our next presenter, they're all African children. Stefano is actually a Kenyan. His name is as complicated as it is, but he's a Kenyan. And the next one was born in Malawi and grew up all over the world. I like to refer to sports. So as I introduce him, I'll refer to the national team of Malawi. How many know the nickname of the national team of Malawi? I knew somebody would say Tipolo Polo. It's not Tipolo Polo. Tipolo Polo is the national team of Zambia. I actually call them Mighty Zambians. The Malawian national team is called the Flames. And with that name, the next presenter is going to light more flame and light in terms of the Agtech ecosystem in Africa. We did a study together with our partner, Brighter. We're running a program now with, funded by the Gates Foundation called AgBiz. We're going to invite the next speaker who leads the program from our side. Is a director at Brighter Bridges. He has over a decade of experience in working in innovative financing in emerging markets. Most recently, he was working in a range of public sector actors to help shape investment into innovation ecosystems across Africa, specific focus on agriculture, climate, finance, and deep tech. So he's going to present to us a baseline. This is first among many reports of the state of the ag sector in sub-Saharan Africa. Join me in welcoming Mr. David Saunders to the stage. Take us through this presentation.
Thanks so much, Collins. Is this the So maybe correcting some historical facts here, it was my dad that grew up in Malawi, not me. But thanks so much, Collins, for the introduction, and there was a lot of nice words in there as well. As Collins mentioned, my name's David Saunders. I'm a director at Brighter Bridges, as well as the lead of a recently launched initiative with Muriuki AgriFin called AgBase. And yeah, it's a tough act to follow after you, Stefano. But I thought one of the things that was really interesting from what you were saying was how funding shapes what Agtechs can do. And as a result, the Agtech ecosystem, which I know is a very obvious thing to say, but I think you really just highlighted what we've really seen over the last 5 years in terms of the change in the Agtech funding landscape and how that's shaping, you know, what Agtechs can do, the role that they're playing in the wider agricultural sector. So you got to give the cool speech. I'll give the boring presentation, but I'm at least starting with a catchy title, Burst Bubble or New Baseline. I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody here that the funding environment to startups in Africa has changed, as well as around the globe, over the last 3 or 4 years. It's been quite interesting in terms of how that's shaped Agtech funding in Africa. And I hope, you know, the presentation that we share today gives a few new insights on just how that's happening. I'm going to try to be even faster than the 20 minutes that I have, because I think we've got a really exciting panel after, and I want us to really respond to some of the things we're thinking and also hear from them in terms of how these funding dynamics are really playing out in Kenya and in the agricultural sector more widely. So I'm going to hope I just press this big button. Yes. So the founder of Brighter would kill me if I didn't start with a bit of a promotion at the beginning. You guys may know him, Dario Giuliani. He started Brighter Bridges about 6 years ago. And with that, he built a platform called Brighter Intelligence. It tracks data on investments into startups in Africa. And when I say startups, I think it's quite a wide definition of startups. And I think you'll see what I mean by that in the presentation as well. And actually with the backing and vision of Stuart here and Dario schemed together to build a white labeled version of this for the ag tech sector that's now being called ag-based. And they were also quite kind in terms of identifying a very good host to incubate that program as well. So that's the partnership with Muriuki AgriFin, and Sieka and Collins have been pretty amazing in the support they provided us. But the real unsung hero for Muriuki AgriFin is Rita Sete. I think she's standing all the way at the back there, if you can raise your hand. She's really been the one that's really brought this, helped bring this to life from their side over the last 6 months. And then in terms of the data work that I'm going to share, Joshua Mundi, I hope you're in the room. I know that you arrived at some point and you're not standing outside at the ag-based booth, but he's one of the data analysts at Brighter that put a lot of sweat and effort into this over the last few weeks to make this happen. So, with that background, let's see, did the bubble burst or are we at a new baseline? So the cool thing about Brighter, and one of the reasons that I joined 2.5 years ago, is that they've got over a decade's worth of startup data. So, you know, one of the bits that we like to look at to understand where we're at is where we've come from. So I think, as Stefano was saying before, similarly to the experience that he had in iProcure over the last few years, a lot of startups in Africa had from 2021 to 2022. There was a big push from VCs and investors to basically max out valuations, max out the amount of funding that you could get. And it wasn't just in the in the ag tech sector, but it was more widely. But we can clearly see here, if we look at the last decade of funding into ag techs in Africa, from 2014 to 2024, we see quite a big run up in 2021 and 2022. And I think the ag funder data that Stuart shared earlier highlighted that. But what's really interesting here is if we see the correction in 2023 and 2024, is that Africa is still above the baseline in 2019 and 2020. But if you saw the presentation that Stuart did earlier, when he showed what it looked like around the globe in 2023, it was below 2019 and 2020. So what's going on here that's different? And one thing that I want to flag about this presentation is 2024 is not over. So maybe for the next event, we have to have it in January so we have the complete set of data. But we have basically said what we've seen so far this year up to Q3 is pretty similar to what we've seen last year. And already, just this month, we've seen that this has continued. There was a $3 million investment into Winich Farms this month too, as well. And I think we're pretty much on track to find a pretty common baseline with what we had around 2023. What you'll also notice here that's quite interesting is how high the number of deals are. So what that means for those that can do math is that perhaps the average or median deal size is lower now than it was during that period. And we'll show a bit of why that might be the case and also how that's shaping the ecosystem as well. So while the Agtech ecosystem in terms of this kind of run-up has followed the wider startup ecosystem, it has been a little bit different in terms of how that funding has been distributed. So there's this concept in the startup ecosystem or the venture capital space in Africa called the Big Four, which is really Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. They've attracted about 80% of startup funding across, so startup funding across all sectors over the last decade. Agtech's been a little bit more evenly distributed than that. And I think a big reason for that is because unlike fintech and e-commerce, Agtech does to an extent have to rely on markets that have big agricultural economies. So we've seen some markets like Morocco, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, as you can see here in terms of the growth from 2015 to 2023, attracting a higher number of deals. And what's really interesting is in certain markets where they might be looked over as startup ecosystems in general, had done quite well in Agtech, like Ethiopia, Zambia, and Mozambique. And I think one of the things that Stuart highlighted earlier was the role that investments in DPI can play in that. And what's really interesting is in the Agtech space in particular, is how those investments that have been made in places like Ethiopia, you're starting to see signs of that growth being catalyzed. You know, one of the things that, and Stuart, I'm going to refer back to your presentation a lot, so thanks for going first. You know, in terms of what we see in Agtech funding as well, it's really been concentrated in what AgFunder calls on-farm products. So these are products, to simplify, that are targeting smallholder farmers. And like Stuart was showing before, it's agri-digital advisory services, it's market linkages products, it's agricultural fintechs. Those are also the products that have been most resilient from the drop-off from 22 to 2023. 2021 and 2022 was a bit of the outlier in terms of what we see in terms of investment. There was a lot of funding going to a lot of different companies, and you know, we can criticize what we want to say about the bubble, but it did play a role in testing a lot of new things. And some of the big benefactors of that in the Agtech space were similar to the benefactors that in the wider startup ecosystem. Things like e-commerce, food delivery, green spoons, think of these types of businesses in terms of that green line in terms of retail. When we talk about post-farm as well, which we've seen in terms of that in retail, and we'll see a bit later, that's been one of the spaces that also we saw more investment in. That's also fallen away quite a bit in terms of the drop-off from 2022 to 2023. It's hard to make those businesses work. There's a lot of infrastructure and logistics challenges around that. And the last one here, consumer, which I always think is an odd term for a category of Agtech products. I don't think it has to do with consumer, but we can debate taxonomies maybe later, is about home cooking and clean cooking. And there has been quite a bit of investment, particularly from non-commercial funders into that, and also into Kenya. But I think the main story from this is similar to the story that Stuart was saying earlier, is that where we've seen kind of the most sustainable growth has really been in these on-farm products. And we'll look a little bit more what we mean by sustainability just now. Because when we look at who has actually backed a lot of these initiatives or a lot of these startups, particularly at on-farm, it hasn't necessarily been, you know, the VCs, the private equity companies that have really been the main actors in driving that. So if we look at the last decade, we see that there's been a big run-up in all types of funders. But that period that we really looked at where we saw the bubble grow, that was really driven by rapid growth in venture capital. I mean, from 2019 to 2022, I think we have up there, deals by venture capitalists into the Agtech ecosystem in Africa increased by 300%. In 2021, they were nearly doing 50% of deals. So you can see how that's shaping that period quite a bit. That has had a significant drop-off from 2022 to 2023. And when we look at the last 12 months as well, we'll see how that's continuing. Now, what you see here is there's been a drop-off in all types of funders. Accelerators have probably performed the best, and I don't think it will be lost on anybody here that they've seen a lot of growth in accelerators over the last 2 years. I know that when I have been in Kenya here over the last 6 months, that every week, if you want to, you can go to the launch of an Agtech Accelerator program. They're definitely playing a very, very important role in terms of providing that patient capital that Sieka was speaking about, but they're not necessarily providing that growth, later stage or middle stage kind of capital that's needed to help these Agtech scale. We've also seen kind of drop off in non-commercial and semi-commercial funders, but it's been less than what we've seen in venture capital. In general, what we've seen, right, is all deals have declined to some extent. Where we've seen the biggest drop off, though, has been from those commercial funders, and within that, really venture capital firms. The other bit that, as we were speaking earlier today, we were talking about collaboration and the importance of collaboration. Something we do see within the ecosystem and amongst accelerators, support organizations, and even what we were seeing in terms of startups, corporates, et cetera, that may be increasing. We're actually seeing a decline in collaboration across funders. So I think this probably has quite a bit to do with ticket sizes. As ticket sizes increase, you need to pull more funds together. That often forces collaboration across investors. But as you can see here, it really peaked with basically for every deal being done in 2021 and 2022, you had 2 investors. Now, for the deals that we're seeing, have less and less investors involved. And I think this is going to be important as we go forward, because one of the things that I think we're trying to do in terms of the Agtech space is see how semi-commercial, commercial, and non-commercial actors can work together and collaborate in order to drive the type of investment in Agtechs that we want to see. So in terms of the kind of Agtech story to date, what we've seen is it's been more resilient than other sectors in terms of its drop-off over the last couple years. This year, actually, Agtech accounted for nearly 1/4 of all funding into startup ecosystems in Africa, which is the highest it's been. We've seen that funding has been a little bit more evenly distributed in terms of reaching some outside of the big 4. A lot of that funding to date has gone to on-farm products, assisting smallholder farmers with the type of products that we were looking at before. But we're seeing less and less of that funding coming from commercial funders, and we're seeing more and more of that relying on individual funders as order to help finance those businesses. So let's now take a look a little bit deeper at the last 12 months. So again, that was figuring out, where have we come from in terms of that big run up in 2021 to 2022. As you can see, 2023 is settling around a new type of funding dynamic that's shaping the type of opportunities in the market. And the last 12 months shows us a little bit more about that. So interestingly, when we started to look at where the gaps were emerging in terms of the stage of funding or ticket sizes, we actually saw this, almost like U-shape that was emerging, where we were seeing funding was growing at the very early stage. And I think a lot of this has to do with the growth of accelerators. They're able to distribute very small amounts of funding to very large numbers of Agtechs at a very early stage. And we're seeing funding at the growth and later stage also remaining more resilient. So in this case, deals over $1 million. Where we're seeing the biggest squeeze is actually at that pre-seed seed stage, between $100K and $1 million. I often call that the first check. And I think that while this trend shows that the later stage or growth stage is being more resilient, that may eventually catch up with us, because a lot of those growth and later stage investors rely on that pipeline. The other thing that we're seeing is a bit of a recovery in terms of the retail space. So when we do look at where commercial funders are doing deals, we are seeing them doing it in more of the food delivery, kind of traditional e-commerce type of agri-food tech type of products. You will have seen OneCard investing in a food delivery business in Egypt. There's been investments in Morocco around this as well. Post-farm has been the sector that is continuing to get hit as well. We're seeing more and more funding dropping from this. I also think this is going to be a major challenge for how we increase productivity and really kind of reduce some of those post-harvest losses that require us to import so much, as our friend from Loop was telling us earlier. And we're seeing on-farm remaining more and more resilient. And I don't think that that's a surprise, because if you look at the type of funders that are also more resilient, they are the ones that are typically supporting those types of ag techs. We see this continued drop-off in commercial funders. So we showed that there was a 40% drop from 2022 to 2023. We're seeing another drop-off from 2023 to 2024 in terms of commercial funders. We're seeing more resilience on the semi-commercial and the non-commercial side as well. And these are also the investors that are really supporting some of those larger deals. So more than 70% of the deals that were above $1 million in the last 12 months has had one DFI, one donor, or one impact investor as well. And I also think this understates to an extent some of the role that DFIs are playing. So in the last 6-9 months, you will have heard a number of funds that have been closed by impact investors or even VCs, and they will have been capitalized by a USAID, an IFC. So I think DFIs are playing a very, very critical role in helping to continue to support the resilience of the ag tech sector. But as a result of that, and donors as well, but as a result of that, you're also seeing how that's shaping where that funding is going. So one of the positive stories that we've seen about ag tech is that ag tech has been more evenly distributed in terms of funding, has been more evenly distributed in terms of gender. So Kenya, interestingly, has one of the lowest gender gaps in the startup ecosystem in Africa. A big reason for that is the growth that the ag tech sector has had. Now, over the last 12 months, what we've seen, particularly on startups with at least one woman founder, we've seen quite a big growth in terms of the volume of funding. However, startups with only women founders, it's remaining a little bit closer to what we see last year. And while this 2% is very, very concerning, that's about 4 or 5 times the startup ecosystem average. And if you look at what we've seen in terms of mixed gender founders, it's going a very, very different direction than what we're seeing the rest of the startup ecosystem doing as well. We're also seeing an increasing in the diversification of funding instruments or funding mechanisms. And I think this is one of the exciting stories as well, because I think to some extent venture capital was a hammer in search of nails for a few years in Africa. And a big part of what we've now seen over the last 2 years as the venture capitalists have pulled out is a forcing of how we innovate on the financing side. We're seeing equity really dropping off. We saw debt in 2023 really increase quite a bit, but we're seeing also more innovations around hybrid or concessionary type of funding, convertibles as well. And I think to an extent, this is also shaping where that funding is going too. We've seen a huge growth in asset-heavy ag techs. I was trying to figure out what to call these. Do we call them hardware? What do we call them? But again, the colleague from Loop, where he was looking at the mechanization products, for example, like the Hello Tractors of the world, we are seeing businesses that have more assets being able to respond very well to this change in the funding environment because they can actually borrow against those underlying assets. Stuart, you'll also be happy to see that we're seeing more ag techs utilizing AI, receiving funding, and a lot of this is coming on on-farm products as well. And very recently, I think Farmer.chat just closed their first funding too. And so they're also quite exciting to see how many of those are emerging. But the biggest driver of funding is the intersect of climate and ag. You see it in the type of funds that are being set up. You see it in the type of products that are attracting more funding as well. You see it in the type of things that are really getting more and more attention within the ag tech sector. So I want to conclude with saying that ag tech's at an inflection point. A bit of the air has been let out of the bubble. I don't think that ag tech has been completely resilient to that. But there's been a lot of good things that have, and to a large extent, those organizations that have helped to make it more resilient, or those actors, have been less maybe commercially minded than we saw from 2021 to 2023, although we can debate what we mean by that. And there's been a lot of good things that have come out of that. As we're seeing, there's a more inclusive, more innovative approach for funding ag techs in Africa. The type of products that we're seeing that are being resilient are the ones that I think a lot of people in this room really care about. But I do have to say that some of the data is concerning in terms of what we're seeing around the drop-off on commercial funders. And I do think that in the long run, if we don't figure out how to relate ourselves to those actors, bring them back into the space, we may continue to let more air out of this bubble. So I think a part of what AgBase is trying to do, part of what we're trying to do with Muriuki AgriFin, part of what we're trying to do with the individuals in this room, is see how we can continue to relate ourselves to the private sector and make sure that we find ways for them to find themselves back into this space. Because I think that's really the opportunity that we have. So, thank you very much. The report is not currently ready. As everybody in our organization will tell you, I changed everything last second, and with the assistance of just being here yesterday and speaking with some individuals here, there was 2 or 3 things that really stood out for me that we just want to change before we release it. But please scan this QR code. There's an ag-based booth outside. You can sign up for the ag-based platform. All of this data is available on there. It's currently free to access. You can play around with it. Let us know what we've gotten wrong. Let us know what we're missing. Ultimately, this research, this data, this platform, it's supposed to be about being built with this ecosystem. So it's only as good as it is relevant for you. Thanks, everybody, so much.
Thanks, David. Hoping that you will just come back and join me in the stage in a few minutes, because he mentioned there is a very exciting panel immediately after this. We've had a lot today morning, and what we're going to do next is try to put all that into perspective. You've heard about innovation and helping and looking at different value chains. We've had a very inspiring story from Stefano. We've looked at the data. Now we just want to see how do we put all this into perspective. I'm going to now welcome a panelists to the stage to come and put all that into perspective. The first panelist that I'd like to welcome to the stage is a well-known serial entrepreneur, a commentator in tech and policy. He's a chairman of various associations. He's a board member. Clearly, he wears very different hats. To me, his name is inspiring as well, because he shares a name with Muhammad Ali and Barack Hussein Obama. Kindly help me in welcoming Mr. Ali Hussein Kasim, the CEO, IHK Group and Vice President, African Fintech Association. Karibu sana. The next speaker, when I saw his name, it reminded me of a name I knew through rugby, all the way in New Zealand. So you can understand how vast or how connected we are across the globe. He has over 20 years of experience. He has led product and market development for leading international telecom companies. He was the head of mobile money for the Millicom Group. What I can say about him is once he talks, you know that he has put on the work. Allow me to welcome Mr. Tofen Kama, the principal investor, Masiko Ventures, onto the stage. Welcome. Karibu sana. The next panelist is a personal friend, and I'm afraid since we have all been hearing from men, sorry about that, we tried our best not to. At least now we're going to have a different voice. She has been in Kenya for a while and in Africa, trying to solve the complex challenges of digital inclusion. She is the CEO of FSD Kenya. She has been FSD Kenya since 2014, handling different roles. Allow me to welcome to the stage Ms. Tamara Cook to provide us more perspective on this panel. The next 2 speakers, one of them is Mr. David Saunders. He can just come and join on the table. He needs no introduction. And to moderate this panel is a man whose name is spoken differently in different parts of Africa, depending on where you are from, Mr. Sieka Gatabaki. All right, thank you. Let's begin the panel.
Can we get this moved? Oh, you want to put me in the middle? All right, I'll try it this way.
You can't ask me any questions.
Thank you. Morning. I can see we are a few more people, so it's getting crowded here. I'm going to try and have this conversation, although we're straight in a straight line. This is not good, but I'm going to try and herd this conversation a little bit. But there are much greater minds than mine here, so to some extent, I'll let them ask their questions to themselves. But to start us off, and since David has been talking quite a bit, and we've not had a lady speak today, why don't we start with you, Tamara? Perhaps you can share your reflections on what David has presented, and obviously as well as the proceedings in the morning. Anything else that you've heard, give you about 2 minutes to kind of share those thoughts.
Thank you, Sieka. And it looks like our panel is representative of the investment environment for Agtech, as well as the customers of Agtech, in that I am indeed the first woman to speak this morning. I think one of the reasons that matters is because when there are less women in leadership, less women running Agtechs, that means less women end up getting served by them. And that's what the data shows. So just to reflect on that, and since you've given me that token role. My big reflection this morning is deja vu. I've been at almost all of these. I think I've missed one of these AgriFin Learning Events. I've been on the advisory board since the beginning, and I've been working in the fintech sector in Kenya for more than 10 years. Having Eric talk about Mshwari, the first time I met Eric, I was pregnant with my youngest son, and he was born the same week that Mshwari was born, and so I always know how old Mshwari is because I'm celebrating my son's 12th birthday tomorrow. But I remember even about 10 years ago, Eric, trying to convince you that we should do Mshwari for ag. He was like, yeah, good. No. And so it's lovely to see this come first full circle, and because the ecosystem has changed and the environment has changed, and so there's a business case for an NCBA with the capability they have, with the experience they have to really address this agricultural sector. And we're delighted, as always, to be working with the NCBA Smiling team to try to do this. I like to tell my team we only do hard things. I think AgriFin Learning is all about only doing hard things. Listening to Stefano talk this morning was just heartbreaking and inspiring. And again, I had deja vu. I remember sitting on a panel not unlike this at a different hotel in a different part of Nairobi, talking about why fintechs are getting hard currency funding, why people only want to give equity, and what we really need is local currency debt. Because trying to put a VC expectation on an ag tech or fintech business case just doesn't make sense. And so I think we've heard how that can go badly wrong, and why that matters is not so much, for the founders, which we're sad if founders lose their business, et cetera. What we care about are the farmers. And if the farmers are not being served by businesses who have access to low-cost local debt, then they're not going to get the services that they need. So I think that's probably more than my 2 minutes, but my main takeaway is deja vu. This is hard, and let's keep learning so that we can keep going.
And I'll add that you've been here for some time. Ali, another person who's been here for a while, what are your reflections on the presentation and the morning conversations?
Sieka, thank you. And David, thanks for that quite informative presentation. For me, the first thing that came to mind was, why are we funding the most important sector in Africa at such low volumes? The other one that was going through my head was this, and I'm sure some of us have heard of these statistics. 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa. And yet, what we can do as Africans is nothing when it comes to agriculture, really nothing. So you find a situation where a small country that most Africans have never heard of, called Ukraine, goes into war, and food prices double and quadruple in Africa. So I ask myself whether we are crazy in this continent of ours, and whether we are going to continue being crazy, that we have all the raw materials, no pun intended, well, scratch that, pun intended. We have all the raw materials to actually feed ourselves, and we are not. So where is the problem? Is the problem the private sector? Is the problem government and policy makers? Or is the problem all of us? And then we look at, I look at some of the interventions across Africa. And all we can hear is how we are going to regulate the next farming generation. I think we've all been watching and listening all the, forgive my French, Sieka, but all the nonsense coming from policymakers across Africa about how you must have a license now to plant this, how you must have a license to do this. So I'm hoping that out of these conversations, we'll come out with some sensible action points that we push forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. From what you were saying and what I heard from Tamara, and actually also what I heard from the morning, complexity is an issue. There is a lot of complexity in the ag ecosystem, probably more than any other industry or sector in the economy, largely because ag is vulnerable to weather and other issues. We have a lot of smallholder farmers who there's digital literacy, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a lot of gaps and complexities in the ag sector. And as Stefano was speaking, I was reminded of the speech that was made by the Nokia CEO when he said, look here, we did everything right. I don't know what happened. We did everything right. But in this day and age that we have access to data, we have such predictive models, shouldn't that complexity be a lot less? Shouldn't we be able to determine and identify future courses of action that can lead to positive outcomes, more positive outcomes? Can we accelerate the development that we're looking at? Perhaps maybe, Tofin, as you share your reflections, maybe you can start to touch on those answers. And Tamara and Ali, please jump in once he's gone.
Thank you, Sieka. Starting from the reflection, I was really touched by the initial story about the iProcure. I myself was a former founder, and I have been there probably twice between executive jobs and startup founding. I just wanted also, that's also pointed to a particular point for VC investment in Africa, because sometimes you raise a lot of money, and then it comes with a certain pressure, which always doesn't fit with a certain sector. This also touches to the case of the report that you saw, where investment have grown a lot in 2022 and dropped quite significantly. So I think that the core of that is somehow a lack of understanding of what drives, for example, growth in certain sectors in Africa. A lot of investors come in 2021, 2022, potentially with this idea that maybe this continent would look like Silicon Valley, and a lot of money have been poured until people start correcting. For us being local, growing up in the region, I grew up in a rural area, so I know exactly what it means to farm. One of the things really when I joined the investment sector was to focus more on lower layers. He was talking about hardware, but more lower layers, infrastructure. irrigation, access to energy, new production method. If you do not do that and just focus on the top, access to market, financial services only, you are expecting basically the sector to grow without its legs below. So one of the things that we've been doing really over the last maybe year and a half is more focus on that. Because once you get those things right, those lower layers right, you can build on top. And that's also part of the reason why we see a lot of drop. And that's also why we are seeing a lot of entrepreneurs being dragged into high expectation of growth, which do not potentially happen. So coming back to now the data piece, definitely. My reflection on the ag sector is, if you look at, for example, our investment over the last year and a half, almost 60–70% are now on ag and climate. With two drivers. The first being that we want to invest in companies that are using technology to change the way we produce, not just putting nice apps out there. Potentially taking a particular niche, soil analysis, precision agriculture, and so on, and do it so well that you can drive a whole new partners, farmers to join you. And then you can build on top. While initially, people used to build apps and nice technology and expect that the farmers will join. If you do not change the way they produce, if you cannot cut, for example, their aquaculture production from 16 months to 8 months or 10 months, they will not see what the value of the technology is. Last on data, though we see a lot of data in ag, we still feel like there is a lot of a gap in getting first mile data in ag. We have so microclimates in Africa. Like even in a single country, in a single region, from a region to another, you have so much diversity. And I think there is a lot of gap in there, and we see a lot of companies, a lot of startups today starting with using, for example, AI and things like that to cover that gap. But that's also a good starting point. Once you get the data, you can do insurance, you can do credit rating, you can do traceability. And the last piece is around all these regulations that are coming, including the European anti-deforestation. I think that we probably will need to touch on that at some point. But I'll drop here for now. Yeah,
so thank you for those points. So back to this complexity issue and how data can unpack it. Tamara, FSD Kenya has been doing financial sector analysis. I know when I go talk to people, I talk about financial health. It's not just about financial inclusion, it's about financial health. So we have all this information. Do you think that we are now making the changes, or what are your thoughts and perspectives?
You said a lot of things there that I could respond to, but I think what you said about financial health reminds me of what Stuart presented around meaningful use. Financial health is a measurement of whether somebody is able to manage day-to-day, deal with risk, and invest in the future, which is very, very relevant to the agriculture sector. And financial services can play a role in that. In fact, at FSD Kenya, we like to talk about financial solutions. I like the conversation around, it's not about, here's a credit product, here's a savings product, here's an insurance product. Sometimes the solution that's required brings together multiple types of financial services, as well as information and some of those other things. And so I think as we look at financial health and the challenges that farmers face, that's a really important part of the data. You know me, I always am going to bring up FinAccess, and FinAccess is in the field. In fact, it finishes this week. I just observed a few interviews on Saturday, and this year we've added some new questions to that around agriculture, so we're hoping to have some new data around the intersection between finance and agriculture for those who are farming, and then also more on this climate. I like to think about the climate environmental risks that are happening to farmers, but also there's this opportunity, and that there is new kinds of financing available, and potentially blended finance, potentially public-private partnerships that are possible. I mean, what we were hearing about from the rice value chain relies on infrastructure. And infrastructure financing has the potential to be funded through green finance options, which I think is something we're really excited about. At FSD Kenya, we've done this work in counties to look at what are those county green finance projects that could be done that could enable rural economies, such as water projects that can enable infrastructure like irrigation that can then lead to livelihood opportunities for farmers. So, I think there's so many things we need to think about. I think, we all love data, and I like what you said. We don't have that last mile data. It's that, and in fact, even just reflecting on the ag-based presentation, lots of beautiful graphs there, lots of really great data and analysis, and there were some things missing there, right? Like there was not an analysis of how many of these investors are local investors versus international investors? How many of these founders are local founders versus international founders? Who are the clients that these businesses are serving? And so I think we need to think about that. But one of the things we see in FinAccess, which I think is also true, is that a lot of ag businesses out there are SMEs, and they're informal. And you're not going to be able to get the data for these graphs. And do you know how those informal businesses generally fund? It's through family and friends. And family and friends is an investment category, right? And so how do we think about that? How do we recognize somebody's been invested in by their family and friends and then build on that and take them to the next level and kind of almost even graduate them to other sources if that business wants it and wants to grow in that particular way? So I think it's important when we think about data is what's the data we can't see and how do we think about that data?
And before you go early, David has been mentioned here. So maybe let me turn to you, David. Tamara has commented that, there are some gaps in the data. As you respond to that, how are you finding that your partners or clients are utilizing the data that you're presenting, or how do you envision them utilizing the data you're presenting to reduce the burst, as you so said?
Thanks so much, Sieka, and thanks, Tamara. I completely agree. I think, and I come from a similar background to Tamara in terms of working in the financial sector deepening space in Africa, and I think financial inclusion went through a similar moment like this as well, where we thought going down market with newly minted bank accounts was going to be a great gift to lots of low-income households across the continent, only to find out that they weren't used, and where they were used, they might have actually been extracting value from the users as well. And I think that forced us to reshape how we think and measure financial inclusion. And I think one of the risks you have with these types of presentations and coming from a supply side is that then shapes how you respond. And I think a big part of what we now want to do with AgBase is, we've been around for 6 months, is test whether or not this funding is going to ag techs that are, 1, viable, and 2, impactful. And on the latter side, part of the work that we're doing with 60 Decibels, ISF, and others is building up impact metrics and impact profiles that can then complement the profiles on the platform that can show not actually just how many farmers are reached, but whether those that are reached are getting value from it, and also those that are getting value from it, what type of value are they getting as well. And I think there's some master classes later this week where they'll be training some startups already on how to collect some of that data too. Because I think one of the hypotheses I have, and it was a 20-minute presentation, so I couldn't go into too much, was I'm not sure that funding is going to ag techs that are most impactful and most viable. I have a sneaky suspicion it might be going to those that can pitch themselves the best. And that may also be the founders that have the best access to networks of funding that may not be local as well. And we do have that data where we can see the demographics of founders, where they're from. We can see the demographics of where the investors are coming from too. And one of the bits of work, one of the hypotheses we want to test at our next State of Sector report, working with 60 Decibels, Beanstalks, and others, is this really happening? And then how can we respond to it? And I have one question for Tamara before we go back, but I also just want to respond to one thing on the financing side, which is I think AgTech has an interesting opportunity to innovate on the financing side, because as Ali was saying, it's an incredibly important sector. It's the reason everybody's here. It's the reason governments are here. The data we collect is a very thin part of this overall financing, because it's the people that shout the loudest when they receive funding or give funding. But I think that going forward, we can see more diversification, more innovation there, and I think we're starting to see some of the beginning of that. And then my third thing for you, question back to you is, what hasn't been deja vu this morning? What hasn't been deja vu? What is there anything different than you've actually taken away from it? This is my first.
So you've got to go into positive deviance. I'll come back to you, Ali. One of the undertones or the messages that I got in the morning is this silent role of government and public sector. Stefano mentioned it in terms of how they shifted. Part of the reason why their market shifted was government intervention. And sometimes government interventions are positive, sometimes not. Sometimes they should actually be reflected in the dashboard in terms of probably some of the biggest funders for certain initiatives in the sector. But you're quite vocal in terms of the role that government should play. Perhaps you could share with the audience some of your perspectives and what you think can be done to improve the way government interacts with Agtech.
So, Sieka, let me wear my hat today as two hats, as the chair of the Association of Fintechs in Kenya and a board member of the Africa Fintech Network. And this is a conversation that I have every time I speak. And I'm happy to be an equal opportunity offender here because I feel that we don't pay enough attention to policy. And if we don't, we are going to find ourselves in the same situation in agri-tech, AgriFin, that we have found ourselves, which we are trying to correct now, in the larger tech ecosystem across Africa. So let me just give you some statistics. 10 of the most important fintechs in Africa today are not owned by Africans anymore. Now, is that a problem? Maybe, yes or no. And I'm not here to say that foreign funding is a bad thing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we need an important blend of both local and foreign funding. We don't have it. I can tell you, I don't need to mention names, most of us, we know who they are. 10 of the most important tech companies in Africa today are not Africa. So at the risk of being extremely politically incorrect, let me just say this. Africa today in the tech ecosystem is facing a Berlin conference moment. Now, for those of you who don't understand history, the Berlin conference is when Africa was cut into pieces by our colonialists. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. Look, I mean, guys, let's be honest here and let's try and have an honest conversation on how policy is affecting this continent, not just Kenya. And if we don't pay attention to policy, and we don't pay attention how policy is structured and executed by our own leaders, and if we don't pay attention to who these leaders are, we'll continue having these conversations where it's a fait accompli, it's a done deal. To the point that Tamara raised about funding, and I'm going to put David on the carpet here today, because this is something that I've talked about for years, about some of the data we put to the public domain. And I've asked this question. And why answering this question is very important is this. If we don't have visibility of where the funding is coming from, then we would not have policy interventions to address this funding issue. I'll give you just one last thing that I want to say. I saw a very interesting video yesterday on some of the WhatsApp groups going around about Botswana and how Botswana is changing the conversation around funding. They are funding their own agriculture through all the monies they are getting from the minerals. Now, Botswana is not an outlier when it comes to minerals. I mean, it's one tiny country in Africa, but they are doing the right thing. I can't even start talking about Nigeria, DRC, and so on and so forth. Let me stop here. Yes. I can go on and on, Sieka.
Yes, no. Those are great points. And I'm just reflecting on it to some degree. Tofin, you as an investor, to what extent does policy play a role in determining whether you will invest or not? Does it impact the decisions you make as a social investor?
Policy is important, first of all, because many sectors that we invest in are regulated. For example, fintech is regulated most of the time. Policy is important as well, in a sense that as a social and impact investor, we look at the final impact of what we are investing in. If we are investing in a company that produces something that has negative benefits in terms of health or others, we are ultimately responsible. So policy plays an important role, and more specifically, again, I was referring to the new policies coming for exports that are, to me, will significantly impact the agriculture sector, such as all these anti-deforestation regulation coming on the cocoa industry, in the coffee industry. And some of these regulation, which is bizarre for me, is that the regulation are coming from outside. So we are producing, but the regulator who decide how we should produce, and again, I'm fully aligned with the idea of protecting our forests. It's just that it's top down. It's not really done from local, so the local smallholder farmer potentially can get excluded because they don't have the infrastructure or the data to comply with those regulations. And those regulations also come with price, with a cost, an extra cost, which I believe for now, somebody has to pay for. And it's not very guaranteed today that that extra cost is going to be paid by the consumer in Europe, for example. So I would like us to have a more proactive way of regulating instead of a more reactive way, making sure that agriculture is, and all the different other sectors are, what we produce, we should be having a little bit more voice on how we produce it and how we export it versus complying to others. Last point on the policy, more generally in the government, again, I'm a firm believer that without infrastructure, you can't do anything. And part of the flaw we see in investment, especially in VC investment, we've been investing in the top layers, e-commerce, stuff like that. There is no point having e-commerce if you don't have roads, you don't have energy, you don't have delivery, you don't have payments. For example, Safaricom, all of these payment companies are doing, initially they've been doing the basic, which is providing wallets. But you see, some of these companies are today sustainable because they've been able to build that and build the low-level distribution network. And then others can now come. Mshwari and all the fintech plays that came in later. So the point I want to make is that I really want to force our policymakers also to be into the game. There is no point of having agriculture if you don't have irrigation, if you don't have access to energy, if you don't have access to machinery. And some of those large infrastructure projects needs to be done at the government level most of the time.
Thank you for that. I don't know if we will have time for the audience to have questions. So if you think about questions, I think there could be some mics. We have a very little time left for this discussion, but if you do have a burning question, please raise your hands and we'll take the mics around. But coming back to you, Tamara, to David's question, his response to you, but also as a practitioner who has been working in the policy space, trying to help government navigate those issues. Probably you can share some of your experiences.
Yeah, one thing I would just add to what you've said about policy is the importance of predictability with policy. I think one of the things that really impacts investors when they are looking at investing is, will the tax policy stay the same? Will the rules about regulation stay the same? And without that, I'm not willing to make that long-term investment. We heard earlier about the need for patient capital, and I think predictable policy is one of those things that makes patient capital even possible. I think to the gauntlet that's been thrown, what's not déjà vu, I think there's a sense of humility and sobriety that maybe isn't there. Like, we're all still incredibly hopeful. We're all incredibly mission-driven. We want to see farmers get the digital financial services they need to succeed, the digital information, the market access, et cetera. But there's just this almost just understanding the fundamentals of why this is so difficult and where those fundamentals can be impacted by the solutions that we're talking about today. I think Stefano's presentation showed that very clearly. I think also some of the kind of what are the new things that are available now that weren't available there. Stuart talked about digital public infrastructure. I think that's an area that we need to leverage in this ag finance space. There's no country in the world that has a successful, profitable agriculture sector that has not received significant public subsidy and public infrastructure that has supported that. And so how do we take what resources are available in the countries where we're working to really create an enabling environment where farmers can succeed and achieve some of those yields that we were hearing about that really do have that direct impact on people's children, buildings, affordable houses, et cetera.
Great. I've seen this.
Can I just respond to one thing first?
Sure.
So, because just within the 2 minutes, because I think it links with Tamara and Ali are saying, which is, I think we focus a lot on how government is disabler, but I think there are examples of how government can be an enabler, and particularly bringing in more local capital into the space. So in South Africa, in I think 2019, they launched the South Africa SME Fund. It was a public-private partnership that created a fund-of-fund structure to invest in local investment vehicles, investing in local innovators. And their venture, I don't even call it venture capital, but their innovation ecosystem quadrupled in size over the next 4 years. And a lot of it was driven by local investors as well. So I think there's opportunities not just to see government as a barrier, but also as a partner in doing this. And actually next week, and I think Stuart, in terms of the DPI work, like we're going to Madagascar because part of what they're interested in is learning about how DPI can unlock innovation on top of it. And a lot of governments are now actually buying into this and seeing this as an opportunity.
Thanks for that addition. Definitely, they are the two sides to the coin. There was also an initiative with the World Bank and the 1 Million Farmer Platform that has really brought counties to work with Agtechs. And the counties are really a mobilizer for customers for these Agtechs and has really helped and supported them to grow. So totally agree that there are two sides to the coin. There were a couple of questions from the audience. Let's allow, so there are two questions there. Can I get a mic that's going around? Let's start this hand up here in front. I saw it first. David's been it, David. There you go.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so Geoffrey is my name from Aseli, Africa. That's a catalyst for agri-financing in Africa. Yeah, so my question is, where's the place of public-private partnerships in driving policy formulation that will be favorable to agri-tech, ecosystem support, in Kenya? So that's my question. Where's the place of that in driving that? Thank you.
Great. Let's track that question. So it's PPP, role of PPP. One more question before.
Yeah, so mine, just one question and one comment, but I think even before that I can answer. There's already a program that is being run by the presidential PETS and the Ministry of Agriculture, where they're connecting government with Agtech. If you look at the KMS platform that is used to register farmers' details and all that, what's one of the things it's lacking is what they're calling dynamic data, essentially transactional data for farmers on a real time so that they can be able to tell how to support. So just to respond to that, but my very quick comment and question then is, number one is, if you look at from a policy perspective, what we are seeing happening a lot in this country from the legislation that is coming from Parliament right now is majorly advised by the partnership agreements that the country is signing with the EU and all that. That comes with all these demands on quality, fair price and all these things. And then you find that now trickling down to the smallholder farmer that they have to implement. Now the question is then, how then can we reverse that so that we are developing our own policy that then supports, because we need this export market and to meet those demands, but then we find that it's what you'd call reverse policy. And then again, in terms of communication, it's not being done well. You just find a bill that has been printed, but people don't understand why this is happening. And there's a lot of hue and cry. So it's just a comment to put out there, something we can reflect on and see how we can change this reverse policy. But I think from a data perspective, and I think I like what Tufin says is we're seeing a lot of funding coming upstream. You know, the folks who are doing, you talked about food delivery, and I was asking Ali, how is food delivery under Agtech? Probably I need to understand that better. But the question then is downstream, who's looking at it and how are we connecting the funding that's coming in with the impact that's happening at the smallholder farmer level? And one of the reasons why we are not able to connect these two is because of the high fragmentation between the smallholder farmer into the brokers, into the processor, and into the export market. So I think, how then can we create that transparency? Because that's what allows real funding to come. And if you look at, for example, the value chains that we work in, the challenges are very simple and clear. In milk, it's quality-based pricing. Macadamia, traceability. Tea, labor-intensive. Very clear challenges. But we are not seeing the direct link between the funding and what's happening on the ground. So how do we create that visibility so we can attract more funding? Thank you.
Let's jump on those two questions. So the first one being how PPPs are influencing policy. How can we make them work better for policy? There's a bit of a question he asked as well in terms of reverse policy. How do we also as actors enable better policy development? Then the second question around getting money flowing to the right areas. So Ali,
So let me speak on the PPP in addition to what Muni has said, and just say this. Guys, why is this so hard? Why is it so hard? Why is engaging our leaders across Africa on policy matters, why is it so hard? They're called civic education. I don't know whether that we need to really bring that back up as a specific subject that, and I wonder why it was removed. I think your guess is as good as mine. Because those are the basic things that we really must answer. Having said that, I think the onus is on us as citizens to become more engaged and more involved. Because if we don't, then you have a Gen Z situation that we faced in Nairobi a few months back. I think that's a call to action. It's a call to action for everyone here. Sieka, I always like to ask some basic questions. Who among us here in this room, Kenyans or Africans across the board, know their local government representative, know their member of parliament, know their county assembly member? How often do you engage them? Or do we always just like to complain?
True.
I'll stop there.
True. Tamara, did you want to add to that?
No, it's okay. I see time's up, so.
Yeah, time's up. Well, we'll stretch it for a few minutes, just a few minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an example. I heard the question about the PPP. There is a company that we've been engaging recently. It's a Kenyan company, which provide first mile data for farming. And one of the great things that I think it's more like a luck than anything else. They went to Uganda, and there is a PPP which is aggregating 13 insurance companies. And all of a sudden, they have like a whole consortium of over 1 million farmers. And this company is providing AI in a way to collect first mile data and provide more granularity. And then they provide that platform to the overall consortium. All of a sudden, from a single step, they have access to almost 1 million farmers in less than a year. So to me, this is the role of PPP. PPP provide that basic infrastructure in terms of organization and in terms of physical infrastructure, on top of which now, startups that are providing really, really interesting and insightful solutions can just all of a sudden tap on. If you do not have that, you have to go after one farmer after other for 1 million. It's just not sustainable. So it's super important when we have this discussion with policymakers to know that once they put the regulation and the infrastructure in place, now technology is a best way to scale things and do things that you couldn't do one by one. So I just wanted to give that simple example. Thanks.
Thanks for that. It's time, so we're going to wrap. Sorry, the panel will be available for questions, of course, discussions throughout the day. I'm going to take my privilege as the moderator to ask one last question, and then we can wrap this up. And my question to all panelists is, you've seen the theme for the conference, which is about enabling rural development and creating lasting impact in the digital ecosystem. From your observations, from your experience, what is the one thing you've seen that has had a significant impact or could have a significant impact in bringing about what we've put on the theme today? So I'll give you a second to think about it, but what's that one thing? I know there are many, but what's that one thing?
I can go first. More empowerment and involvement to the women folk. I mean, I think we even have an African saying that goes, if you educate one woman, you educate the whole family. I'm not so sure we really appreciate and internalize how critical and crucial that is. My late mother was a teacher, and I can tell you, God bless my father, he's still alive, and he knows the role he's played, but I can tell you that I'm here today because of my mother.
Thank you. Tamara?
It's hard to just pick one thing, but what popped into my head first was the idea that we have very vibrant rural economies, and one of the reasons we do is because of the communities that are already in place and the community mechanisms and ecosystems, to even use that word, that are already working for those communities. And so if we could do one thing with connecting that digital ecosystem is to amplify what's already working in these communities and enable them to do more with the networks and the opportunities that they have and that they see. And I love it, Ali, that you're the one who's talked about women, so I didn't have to.
Let's go to you, David.
I think it's my turn for deja vu. Tamara, I think when I think about 10 years ago in the financial inclusion space, I remember being in a presentation where they were talking about measurement. And a lady from the Gates Foundation stood up, Rebecca, and she said, you know, we begin with like creating our tools, we shape our tools, and then they shape us. And I think it's the same thing in terms of measurement and data and indicators. And I think what can really create lasting impact for the digital ecosystems in Africa is having those right metrics that we want to target. And I think this panel has been very helpful, and I'm sure future panels and discussions are going to help us within AgBase think about that. But I just think just about the agri-food tech and agricultural sector more broadly. What is it that we ultimately want to achieve with this? And how do we make sure that we create the right metrics that mobilize and drive people towards that within tech and beyond?
Thanks, David. And last but not least, Tufin.
Yeah, I have more a message toward all the entrepreneurs, builders, supporters of, especially of this industry. Myself, and I know that a number of people are technologists, but I would rather take a completely different approach of not technology forward. Like we look at AI, or what AI can do, or we look at drones, what drones can do. My message is to probably forget that and start looking at the challenge first and see what potential technologies could we leverage to solve those. I take a simple example. During the colonial period here in Africa, we all moved from smaller agriculture but more diversified to monoculture. I was looking at a US farmer yesterday of 1,000 acres, tons of machinery, and like huge yields. He couldn't still make it. He was like minus 7% margin and had to be subsidized by the government. And I look at the mechanization, I'm just wondering how can we compete with these people? There is a new trend that I've seen in ag called syntropic agroforestry or agriculture or farming, which is this idea that you don't need to farm a single crop all the way, like thousands of acres of just maize. Nature doesn't work like that way. Nature builds things in diversity. So I know that it's a lot more difficult to have 2, 3, 4 crops in the same piece because it's much harder to determine what each crop needs. Luckily, all of a sudden today, we have technologies like AI. I don't think of AI as ChatGPT and stuff. I see AI as a technology to solve complex problems that where algorithms do not work. And this is a typical case where I feel like if you use some of those technologies, we can manage that complexity and all of a sudden reduce, for example, the fertilizers and some of just the complexity of farming today and make it more profitable. And that also works especially for our smallholder farmers. So I'm really challenging the whole ecosystem to come with new production methods, especially for the guys from Loop DFS here on the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. Give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. To all of you, you've heard that there, oh, you want us to stay? All right, all right. You've heard that there are various ideas. I think someone has talked about women, leading with women, amplifying community, data, and then AI. I think the power that we have in an aggregation like this is that there are different approaches, different ideas, and many of us have built experience over the years in molding those ideas into actionable engagements, activities, etc. So let's again take advantage of the fact that we're all here and let's talk to each other. Let's share those wild ideas so that we can come up with the best solutions that make the big bets, that make the change that we want. Thanks again.
All right, thank you everyone. I'd just like to invite Eric, Stefano and Stuart to come and have a vote of thanks and photo in front, please. I'm not sure if Stefano is still in the room. All right, thank you panelists for sharing your time, sharing your stories with us. We're swiftly going to move to the next session. I'm going to explain a bit of it. We have heard a lot. We have shared. In the spirit of sharing your own stories, kindly tweet or share on LinkedIn. We have our hashtag ALE 2024 or AgriFin ALE 2024. You can continue sharing your stories there. And also in the spirit of giving and sharing, you might have noticed there's something different about the name tags that we have. The name tag is actually a tree or seedling and fertilizer. Once we are done with the conference, once you put it on the ground, it'll be able to grow and thrive like we all expect all of us to grow and thrive in the future. We are going to transition into a small break. And since we couldn't get to hear most of your voices, we have come up with a very innovative way to try and get your voices and your stories come to light. We'll have table tents, which will have different let's say, areas of topics of interest. When you come back in, you can choose a particular topic of interest. If you like insurance or payments or credit, we'll have facilitators there. They'll be able to take you through our innovative way of trying to get your voices heard. I know we're running a bit late in time. We probably have to stretch it a bit towards lunch. But I do believe that the facilitators in the next session are going to do a great facilitation process and ensure that we get to achieve what we need to achieve. So we'll have a small health break for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to the same room, and you will be able to identify the tent cards on the table, and based on that, you can join that particular table based on the area of interest. Thank you again, and looking forward to seeing you in the next session. Yeah, it's a 15-minute break, so kindly be here seated in next 15 minutes.
This is International DJ Cypher in the Mix.
Right, let's get, as advised before, we do have table 10s. The 10s correspond to different financial services, savings, credit, insurance. Kindly identify which particular area of interest you have and join that particular table. You'll find an able facilitator that will be able to guide conversations there. People at Marketplace, ushers, kindly assist in getting the participants back into the room. Kindly, let's get back into the room. We're running a bit late in time. Let's settle in. Let's identify the table that you'd like to be having conversations around. There'll be a lot of time for networking. Actually, the whole afternoon, or most of the afternoon, is dedicated to networking. So let's just join the tables and have conversations. Ushers, the AgriFin team, kindly assist in getting people back into the room. AgriFin team and ushers, kindly assist in getting people back into the room. Kindly identify the table that you'd like to have further conversations with. We are going to begin with a provocative presentation. There will be enough time for networking, so kindly don't worry about that. Let's all just settle in and settle for the this upcoming session. All these partners helped us be here today, and you all share similar perspectives. There is one story I'd like to share with all of you before we start. We have been talking a lot about the different experiences we have as a group. Some of us have 2 decades, some of us have a decade, some of us are starting out. But the key thing is, if we share or if we group together all our experiences, I'm pretty sure it will amount to a millennia in terms of experience. That's what we'd like to share right now. We have cases that we'd like to explore, but to help us provoke that particular thought, I'd like to welcome to the stage a personal friend, a person who we had conversation on how the financial sector and the ag sector is performing, and he actually gave me a phrase that we are graveyard for agtechs and fintechs. Kindly help me in welcoming Jared Ocheng, a senior specialist from FSD Kenya, to give us the opening presentation for this session.
Thank you. I really don't know whether I've been accustomed to the long, rosy introduction, so thank you for that. I work for FSD, and at FSD we are really interested in evolution of finance and how finance needed to address some of the real economic constraints that we face. So sometime in June this year, a couple of FSD colleagues, and probably this was after last year, after supporting a couple of interventions, we sat down and we were pretty sure that there is something about fintechs, agtechs, and the platform model economies in general that we were yet to understand. So there is Amrik. Amrik, please stand up and wave. And then there is Duncan. Where is Duncan? Yeah, Duncan is over there. And there is James Kashangaki, who is not here today. He is FSD's Chief Program Officer, and Parija Chakrabarti, FSD's research affiliate, who then sought to really try to understand all that ecosystem. And like I mentioned, we really care about women, livelihoods, and of course, MSCs. And oftentimes we try to think about what Tamara mentioned earlier, is how do these different segments manage risks, manage their day-to-day, and invest in the future. So I'll go straight up to my presentation. If you can project it. Yes. So, and I'm happy that today we've come to a collective reckoning of some sort. Because in June, beginning of June this year, we were having coffee with Collis. And one of the conversations that we had, and which I felt was interesting, at that point he told me that, Jared, we are doing a state of the Agtech sector report. And we really want to understand the macro institutional issues and the finance flows within Agtech and FinTech so that we better use that to innovate for the sector. And at that point I also told him that we are pretty clear that while the platform model economies have been cited to really solve some of those inherent issues affecting smallholders and MSCs as regards to addressing the issues that they have, in terms of transparency, in terms of accountability, and even in terms of, being a conduit to low-cost access to services to those that they're supposed to serve, a couple of them were failing. And in Kenya, a lot were failing. And we started to think, these guys really get good money. If you look at, for instance, Sandy, in 2020, it is more of an end-to-end enjoyment platform, so to speak, if you say. In 2020, they raised about $20 million US. But then shortly after, they started having a couple of issues therein. And most of the issues were around the cost of logistics and a lot of OPEX issues, and eventually they closed. And this has been a story. I'm happy that Stefano really mentioned it in detail. And of course, he expressed remorse about some of those challenges that they're facing. And the next panel also talked about it. So that is why I mentioned the issue about collective reckoning. So if you can go to the next stage, is that next, it is me. So, let's go, yeah. So we are really going to delve into this, looking at issues around transparency, accountability, low-cost offering services, and opaqueness that these platform-modern economies have been promised to those that they're supposed to serve, and some of those effects that it has resulted into, and some of those ails, or what ails the sector that we feel that we need to address, really. So I'm going to look at it from these lenses. So the challenges the smallholder face, the problem that platforms are trying to solve, and of course, lastly, issues to do with how platforms have invested in this place and how they're handling the issues. So if I go ahead, oftentimes if you look at most platforms, they solve four main things. So I'm trying to understand my market better. I'm trying to get the right information to ensure that I do the right business so that I get the right input, so that I know when the rains are coming, so that I am able to access markets. I'm trying to handle liquidity. So how do I get short-term capital to stop gap, especially when I need something for fees, or when I'm high in production, or when I've sequenced and I've not gotten the benefit of what I planted. And lastly is logistics. I mean, FSD CEO mentioned that ideally our work should be simulative in terms of organizations, that how farmers are organized at community levels or at rural levels, so that by extension we are not distorting what's already working, but we're leveraging what is working and the shared models already in there to deliver finance better. So those are some of those questions that I put out there that try to look at issues of increasing productivity, try to look at issues to getting the produce to the store, and of course looking at how can finance evolve and how can finance be value adding in some of those situations. And then of course the recognition that these service providers and platform players also face significant issues that they're dealing with. Oftentimes they deal with high transaction costs. I was just having a conversation with Eric just a few minutes ago, and what he was mentioning is that smallholder farmers are not necessarily an easy market, or they're not necessarily an easy people to deal with because of the smallholding nature. It's not a monocrop, it's them doing a jack of all trades, and you have to aggregate demand so that you're able to get it going. Well, beyond that, then, we also understand that smallholders have liquidity issues that they probably need to address. So that is also something that platforms are facing even as they get into this. So that is also the next step. But we are also facing an issue where, while we are trying to address issues of liquidity markets, transactions, and information, Agtech cannot do it all. We've seen a lot of us offering more or less similar solutions end up cannibalizing each other. We've seen a couple of us trying to operate in contexts that keep changing. We have to iterate in between. And of course, we are looking at the granularity of what satellite provides, and it gives us a whole lot of information that probably we were not prepared for. And oftentimes, those that make it, and I'm happy that it was mentioned here by Davis earlier, are not necessarily those that have the best business models, but those that have the best pitches. So, and of course then that is how platforms have inherently tried to sort out their issues. So we are looking at the Internet of Things, how we can leverage all that. AI has been talked about as something that a lot of platform model economists are leveraging right now to really look at how predictive some of those things, some of those indices they're looking at farmers to extend credit to are. Issues of digital finance and how digital finance can play a more intimate role in interfacing with smallholders or MSCs for that matter. Issues to do with digital literacy. We all know that 8 out of 10 Kenyans have access to finance from digital apps. The question is whether the finance is value-adding, addresses the needs that they have, and whether it's really tailored to them. A couple of platforms use pay-go financing, pay-as-you-go as it is, and most of them have extension agents in the fields trying to get this going. But still expensive for these guys to get it going. I mean, and of course, I've talked about the similarities that exist between all these guys. And of course, lastly, sometimes there's an element of risk, especially when you're concentrating your efforts or you are working within an area. And I mean, there is no, the thinking is that the growth element of it all is something that probably really need to consider. I mean, look at this slide. Almost $800 million have been raised. But I'm just trying to ask 2 questions without mentioning names. Is how many platform players do you know? I mean, especially those that are listed below, that have presently closed down or entered administration or have exited the country. And how many of these, even if they're not exited the country, they're facing a lot of cash shortages or have downsized or have heavily restructured or are currently pursuing mergers. I mean, look at when there was financial friction in 2020. I mean, as a result of COVID, exacerbated when it became a pandemic, so to speak. What happened? We became cash-strapped. I mean, for even those that already have had funds committed to them, I mean, funds were no longer there. They had to heavily restructure. And somebody talked about dollar-denominated funding that is in this market. What happened then in terms of exchange losses, of FX, when there were FX risks? I mean, a lot of those guys bore costs that were so heavy and would have been, surmounted if the capital or if the currency was in, say, in Kenya shillings, so to speak. So the significant question that we are asking today is, is Kenya increasingly becoming a startup graveyard? Are we looking for solutions of problems that we have yet to fully understand? Have we better contextualized some of those solutions that we're offering to ourselves? And that goes to the next slide, and I know I have 5 minutes to go. But then Stefano really talked about strategic errors and issues to do with management. Is that necessarily it? Could be. But today I really wanted to talk about macro-institutional issues that more or less affect this the most. Of course, then, founders have this idea of how this should work. They're really driven, they really understand the issues that they're trying to solve. And they're usually few of them. Then all of a sudden, finance comes. And then you have this development finance blended with a couple of equity investments. So you have angel investors coming in, you have concessional finance, you have impact investors, and of course a couple of institutions are offering you grants to get this. And of course also there was also a push, the real push to scale. And often then it rushes you sometimes to do strategic errors. To commit strategic errors as you get going, because there is this push for you to deliver. And oftentimes then, this will transition you to subsequent rounds of capital. For instance, if you look at Twiga, I mean, a couple of years back, they raised 30 million from Goldman Sachs, I mean, in their second round of financing, and the next from Juven, or $50 million dollars or so. But then what happens, yeah, for the strategic investors? I mean, they recoup, and then you're left there. Because in those that they get the capital from necessarily also push them to deliver very fast. I mean, from sovereign funds, from pension funds, across board, and they want to get this there and then. And of course, then this is what we are seeing. I mean, the fragility of the ecosystem, as it were. If you're pushed, and then your funds are dollar denominated, and then there is a financial friction, so to speak, and then you end up in disarray. Because then you have so much debt. You probably are going day by day, but you have so much stress. You are not readily, I mean, you cannot pivot easily at that point because you are too much already leveraged that you're not in a position to pivot. And lastly, the capital sometimes pulls off very fast. I mean, you transition to the next round of funding, and then what happens? I mean, the investors recoup the investments because they came as an equity share or whatever, and then now you're left there with something that you need to work on, but you don't know how to proceed. So that is what we're talking about as sustainable business models. I mean, you're forced to more or less give out. I mean, a couple of fintechs, Agtechs that we've worked with have extended low-cost credit to certify their investors in sustainable growth mindset, and they've ended up in situations where the NPLs are very insignificant. So that those are the business models that haven't necessarily worked for them. And of course, then lastly, this is now what comes into play. And I like what David mentioned earlier, that sometimes it's not necessarily about business models that are a fit, but then a total addressable market based on what potentially could work, plus how you pitch it. Lastly, there is an issue here about a mental model that probably ties the VCs together and innovation and leaves room for innovation. So we do not necessarily have solutions for this, but of course we were thinking about how best we can think about finance and the role of finance to try and address some of these constraints that we have here. And I mean, there's an opportunity there to think about alternative funding models. A couple of discussions I've had with several other people, fully sustainable models that leverage VC capital, and whether there is need for philanthropic capital to play a significant role in startups that are smallholder farmer facing. But even beyond that, it's around patient capital that incentivizes resilience and growth for some of those local startups. And these could be denominated in local currency. So there are two concepts. One is scaling up or scaling wide, and the second one is scaling deep. And in my previous conversation, I've talked a lot about scaling. I've talked a lot about scaling up, where there is this push for perpetual growth pushed by shareholders and fund managers who are lazy to do other things. I'm mentioning that in a slow note so that I'm not quoted. But necessarily then this leads you to, make strategic errors, get into business models that are not working for you, get into a situation where you are now indebted to yourself. But then there's also an element of scaling deep. And Collins, I'm trying to get back with this thing, and then can no longer get back. Yes. So, scaling deep. So how best do we cultivate better relationships with the local funders, develop finance institutions, and even leverage pension funds that are locally and broker relationships that are able to reduce some of these costs. One of those things that we are clear about is that you cannot innovate around non-existent infrastructure. And that is something that has come from this conversation. So it's best that we look inward and cultivate a lot of relationships instead of addressing the need that is within the locality that you're trying to work. But beyond that, think about leveraging the community of network, more of a simulative model. I mean, all of what we do simulates nature. Even for finance, we need to really think about simulations. But even beyond that, there are intermediaries like SACCO, cooperatives, and farm associations that could be a source of funding to get this going. But lastly is the point I've made earlier around the role of public finance in getting this going. And infrastructure is key. And this is something that I'll keep repeating. If you're going to develop platform-modeled economies that are looking for problems to solve and already have solutions for problems that are necessarily not existent, then we are going to end in perpetual failure. But the biggest issue is finance and the role of finance in helping us get to the next stage. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. The fullness of this blog is a compendium of everything that was spoken before me and is available at FSD's website and will be cross-posted with Masiko, and is written by Amrik Hare, Duncan Oyaro, Parijat, James Kashangaki, and myself. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jared. I'd like to welcome my colleague Grace to the stage, who was the arduous task of chaperoning this session just before we break. My humble request is, since we are running short of time, I know Grace will try her best to ensure that we keep within the agenda and not necessarily affect the activities in the afternoon, but we'll probably stretch this into lunch, and then probably we'll start a bit later the master classes, but I'll communicate that based on how the session goes. So welcome, Grace, and good luck.
Thank you, Collins, and it's already midday, so good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all in the room, and also to usher in the next session. So I won't take much time, just because, as Collins mentioned, we are running a little short on time. So I'll try and get the session started. And I know Jared has done a fantastic introduction, as well as the other presenters and speakers in the morning. So now we want to hear from you. I mean, it's from morning it's been a bit of people standing here and feeding back to you. We now want to hear from you, and this is a new approach we are trialing at the AgriFin Learning Event, just trying to see how we can capture more feedback from the audience, from the participants, just because we realize and we appreciate that, as we had here this morning and we've had repeatedly, the challenge is really massive, it's huge, and it's not going to be solved by a few people, it's all of us collectively, and that's why you're in the room as part of the ecosystem, to really bring in your unique perspectives, your unique experiences, to all rally in and see, what is working on your context, what's working in another context, and see how we can then aggregate that for the greater good of the sector. So the exciting bit is here, where we all get to speak. So you're all seated at tables. So the idea is we'll have table discussions. So at each table where you are, I hope there's a tent. There's a tent with a number and a topic. So for example, I can see that is table number 37, where Stefano is, table number 37, payments. So Each table will have a facilitator, so just somebody who will take us through the discussion. Each table also has a few cards there, so each table, so again, the same example on payments, there's going to be a case on payments. So the case is just 2 paragraphs on things we've seen in the sector that are either a challenge or that need probably more insight, more experience, more examples in terms of how these things are working. So the facilitator will lead the discussion at that table. We'll all have an opportunity and a chance to share our unique perspectives, ask questions, probe a little bit, share examples, and then we'll then feedback after the session. Because of time, I'm going to give us 30 minutes for this exercise. So 30 minutes table discussions. Let's make it as interesting, as vibrant as we can. Share whatever relevant examples. So the cases are there, but then also we appreciate and we understand and acknowledge that we all have our different contexts. So whatever is related to the case, please feel free to share it at your table, and then also feel free to share, different contexts, success stories, challenges related to the case. So 30 minutes. I know it's going to be a bit noisy, but that's what we are looking forward to, and also just to help us interact a little bit with each other. So please make sure you're seated at a table with a tent and a few cards that have the case. If you're not, I'd ask you to please move to a table that has a tent and the cards. And then there are different topics of interest. So there are a couple of cases on credit, a couple on credit, insurance, savings, and payments. If you are at a table without cards and a tent, and you really want to stay there, we can also give you a case as well. One minute to settle down, to get to our tables. Just say a quick hello to the other people you find at the table. And then if you find yourself at a table where it's quiet, there's no facilitator starting the discussion, one person can volunteer, or you can just put up your hand and we'll assign a facilitator to the table. Great. 30 minutes. And the 30 minutes have started, so let's start the discussions. Hi, Stuart. Thanks for making it. I think this is the first time I've seen you at the evening.
Right, yes. I had very unfortunate things happen the last 2 times. I did have a bicycle crash.
We need to move on to the next session that is standing between us and lunch. Thank you guys. Thank you for the discussions. Thank you to the table facilitators. We can continue over lunch. So over lunch, we can set up the tables the same way you're seated. So you continue with the discussions. Great. So please leave the notes on the table. We'll pick them up as we break for lunch. Thank you very much. The discussions will feed into the ALE report, which we'll be disseminating after the event. So, if there's anything else you feel that you wanted to include that you did not include, feel free to reach out to us or send us an email or, just share with us. I will hand over the mic. Hello. Hi, guys. Wave if you can see me and hear me. Thank you. I want to hand over the mic to Jamie, who is going to be moderating a panel to wrap up this session. Unfortunately, because of time, we will not be able to share back the feedback or the table discussions, but all these panel speakers were in the groups, so they will be able to elevate some of the discussions they had, and then also continue with some other discussions. So over to you, Jamie. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace. Much appreciated. There's been a lot of active conversations at the table. It was amazing how everyone came together and just jumped into their topic, jumped into the group. And we're going to elevate that with a conversation here with our four panelists. To start, we're just going to have brief introductions so you have a sense of the context and who's here lifting up the conversations that you've just had. Very briefly, my name is Jamie Anderson. I work for Sieka. We're a small unit inside the World Bank that works on inclusive finance. I lead our work at the intersection of climate, ag, gender, and finance, based here in Nairobi. Ewan?
Thank you, Jamie. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Ewan Wheeler. I work with a company called Acre Africa. Acre, A-C-R-E, it stands for Agriculture Climate Risk Enterprise. And what we do essentially is find ways, solutions, products to mitigate climate risk for smallholder farmers. And provide climate resilience for smallholder farmers. And we do that with, primarily insurance products, but also with advisories, be they in person through Extension Network or digital through AI and other tools. And increasingly we're looking at and providing credit and inputs to farmers as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Mosin. I work with ASELI Africa. At ASELI, we work with the lending institutions that lend to high-impact agri-SMEs. So we are a market catalyst, and essentially we incentivize lending institutions, which include commercial banks, non-banking institutions, and also impact investors, to lend to particularly agri-SMEs at the intersection of gender, climate, gender and climate.
Thanks, Sharon. Eric?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Masinda. I work with FSD Tanzania. We are a financial sector market facilitator that works to foster the development of an inclusive financial sector that meets the needs, the financial needs and aspirations of those who are underserved and completely excluded from the financial system. We work to catalyze market systems changes across the policy and regulatory space, ensuring the availability of financial sector infrastructure. We work with product development with FSPs to ensure the products that the products are appropriate in terms of meeting the needs of Tanzanians, and we also work on financial capability initiatives for more Tanzanians to be able to report that they're confident in terms of dealing with financial service providers.
Thanks, Eric. Munyi?
Thank you. My name is Munyi Nthiga, co-founder and director at Ketha Africa. We are an Agritech platform that has got a sort of interface into the AgriFin space as well. And at Ketha, what we realized is a lot of fragmentation in different value chains in the agri sector. And so what we sought out to do is identifying all the actors that play in every value chain. And therefore what you've done is built a platform that connects all actors all the way from the farmer to the casual laborers, to the workers, to the aggregators, to processors, and all the way even into the international market. And then over and above that is then building a financial platform that allows all these actors within that value chain to access financial services in payments, savings, and lending. And we are working in the tea, macadamia, and dairy industries in Kenya.
Thanks, Benny. Hang on to the mic, because we're going to have the first question to you. We were all at the table having conversations all around this theme that Jared started us on strategies and pathways to sustainable digital agricultural finance. I'd like to hear from each of you. What did you hear at your table? Where did the discussion go? What sort of ideas, innovations were people talking about? And how does it connect to your own experience?
Interesting. I mean, we had a very interesting conversation around how do we then collect, meaningful data, especially around women. And one of the things that, came out is some of the things that we're sort of ignoring is the nuances. So, for example, when you go down there, you need to understand, for example, in terms of land ownership, yeah? Who owns land? In reality, in Africa, it's the man. So if then we're going to collect data about smallholder farmers from women, are we getting the right data? Is it actionable? The other thing then that we realized is what are the different roles that people occupy in different value chains? So if you look at the tea sector for women, most of them are the tea pickers, right? If you look at other factory value chains like macadamia, most of them are the factory workers. Because there are certain nuances, like, for example, the factory workers trust more women because they are more keen in terms of looking at things around quality and all those things. So these are certain nuances that we are missing when we talk about smallholder farmers and when we are collecting data that would help us get down to the real roles that each of them are playing, that then allows us to get the real data that we're looking for to then help. And then we also drill down to things like, access to devices. Again, it's something that's normal where you find there's one device either owned by the man, controlled by the man. So in terms of payments, what does that mean? How then do you get payments down to the women? Levels of literacy, again, and then how then do you find women to speak about their challenges and all that? Do you find them in what you call their social setting? Sometimes you find that they speak better in their groups, but sometimes that doesn't work well because in groups there's again group thinking. So are you getting the right data? So those are the kind of nuances that came out from our group, which are quite interesting. So what we kind of concluded, and I hope I'm representing them well, but it's good Sharon was there, probably she could add to it, is I think we need to understand the ecosystems better so we know what roles each of them are playing and the challenges they are facing as individuals before we can even start creating all those tools that we are building for collecting data and for addressing digital finance gaps and all that.
Absolutely. Keeping customers at the center, that resonates a lot. Sharon, I wanted to come to you because you and Munya were at the same table. Does that pick up the conversation that you were having, and how does that relate to your experience at Aseli?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we've learned in our work at Aseli when we are collecting data, I think the previous speakers have spoken about 60 decibels. I think we've worked with them as well. And in one particular study that we did in Uganda, we realized that, the ownership of the SME, for example, would be a woman. So we would want to speak to that woman, smallholder farmers or SME. But when we called, it would be the male figure of that household that would receive the phone call, right? So it made us realize quickly that, okay, even ownership is not only land ownership, it's also, device ownership within the household. So you don't really get to speak to the women, in most cases digitally, as you would want to, if you're trying to collect data more efficiently or more cost effectively using digital means. So what that means then is, besides, digital illiteracy that we know that, there are less women more often than not are less literate when it comes to digital tools, there's also access to the digital devices. And the other thing also we sort of talked about, and we've also seen that in our work, is, gender inclusion, we sort of need to think about gender inclusion also differently. It goes beyond ownership. So we did talk about in the morning, ownership, fintech ownership or Agtech ownership by women. So it is great that if we can have more women being owners of businesses or fintechs or Agtechs, but we also need to recognize that inclusion, it goes beyond the ownership bit. And from our data at Aseli, what we've seen is there is even more gender inclusion from ag SMEs that we support under our guarantee scheme. So male-owned SMEs are more gender inclusive, believe it or not, than female-owned SMEs. So for me, that's an opportunity for us to start looking at gender inclusion in Agtech or AgriFin space, and really recognize that if we have male champions for gender, then we are going to have a greater impact, because again, men are the ones that have land, men are the ones that have more access to capital.
And we need allies in changing these social norms. Eric, let's come back to you and your table. What were you hearing in that conversation, and how does it connect to your work in Tanzania?
Thanks, Jamie. So our table was mainly looking at the role of the off-taker in terms of providing finance for smallholder farmers. And we were kind of utilizing the experience of a gentleman who used to be both a provider of finance for inputs, but then also played the role of the off-taker in terms of taking up the produce, which is mainly, I think, soy and maize. And sadly, the experience there wasn't so good because they lost several $1 million in terms of as they took several $1 million in terms of losses. So this kind of relates or sort of begs the question, and I think it's a question we actually asked at the end: is it really the role of the off-taker to actually, to actually offer finance, especially in value chains that might not be as structured? So, as in how it relates to sort of the work that we're doing in Tanzania, we are primarily we're developing, or we've kind of developed it already, but it's an alternative credit scorecard for farmers in strategic value chains. And we started with the sugarcane value chain, which tends to be a very structured type of value chain, because there are primarily, I think, about 4 off-takers in the entire country. But this one particular off-taker sources over 50% of their cane from their smallholder farmers. So the way the farmers get their financing is primarily through the cooperatives that sort of aggregate the entire, demand for loans for farming inputs. The banks, there are 2 banks that actually provide the financing, but then the farmers have accounts with those banks, so so the off-taker basically deducts the repayments basically at source. So that's kind of how the banks sort of manage their risk. But for the off-taker, they're expanding into a 4th factory, and what they wanted was for their farmers to not have to use their farms for anything else other than farming cane. Now, when you're dealing with the sugarcane value chain, I think the most times you get paid is maybe once or twice a year. So in between that time, for just your regular household expenses, they wanted the banks to be able to finance the farmers directly without having to go through the cooperatives, or without the off-taker having to sort of make those, do extra work in terms of now doing the deductions at source. So we managed to digitize records for over 10,000 farmers across 17 cooperatives. With the off-taker also provided data in terms of payout history for the last 5 years, including farm size, farm location, national IDs, sugar board licensing information, and all of that has now gone into the development of the scorecard. But if I'm also looking again at sort of the discussions that were taking place, and I think, and it was also mentioned here, is that I think depending on the value chain, the approach that you take, the approach to financing, different value chains has to take into account, as he put it, the nuances and peculiarities of that particular value chain. So, for example, with the gentleman over there, when you're thinking about soy, this is a crop that's in high demand and supply is low. So for him, who's providing sort of the financing for the farmers, if the price that he's offering isn't what, like if they find a better price, then it's very easy to, like to dishonor the contract. So I'll stop here for now in the interest of time, but that's generally a bit of what we had discussed, but there's a bit more as we go on later on.
Absolutely, another active conversation. Ewan, let's come to you. What were you talking about at your table, and how does it connect to what you're doing at Acre Africa?
Thanks, Jamie. So I think I made a bit of a tactical error to start off with. So I sat on the insurance table, and obviously I'm in the insurance sector, so I got to hear about all the things we're doing wrong, which is quite a few, right? And I think the points that were made were good ones. I think some of the main ones is insurance is too expensive, which is true in terms of the ability to pay of farmers. The need for more education, sensitization, the need for trust from the farmer. Who pays, I think, was a big question that was being asked as well. The need for fast payouts. I think there are a lot of questions raised there. I think what for me is most important and what came across, I think it's not just about insurance, right? And I think even within insurance, there's different types of insurance. There's different risks that need to be covered to de-risk smallholder farmers, right? There's obviously climate risk, which is what we look at. There's post-harvest risk. There's transport risk. There's price risk. These are all facets and factors that need to be looked at. And I think when we look at insurance and we look elsewhere, we tend to segmentalize, if that's a word, or we tend to silo our little bit and to forget about the rest. And one of the things I thought, and I actually mentioned it at the table, is it correct to have a standalone insurance table, right? I mean, can you actually sell insurance directly to farmers? Is it easier or is it better to be selling credit to farmers, which has an insurance cover? And my motto, which I keep saying to the team at work, is that farmers want credit, but they need insurance, right? Because you can't lend to a farmer without credit. So I think my takeaway and my real learning is that, we need to have partnerships. We need to look at what we're doing and how that can help some of the other actors who are providing services to smallholder farms.
Your catchphrase makes a lot of sense, and I would even make it a bit broader to say that farmers or customers need a range of different things, whether that's to pay for school fees or to take care of healthcare, and they need financial services to do it. But no one is looking for a financial service just to have a service. So we're always embedded into something else. What was fascinating to me about all of these conversations is that we're all sitting around a table of experts coming from our field. We're all open and sharing about what we're seeing, what we're learning. Each table is focused on a specific topic: credit scoring, payments, insurance, all very specific and dedicated, and the conversation can be quite focused, which is a luxury that we don't have, in the sense that we need to do all of these things at once. When we think about serving different client segments, women and youth particularly, people in remote rural areas, when we think about the challenges of agriculture, a range of different services, all in the midst of increasing climate shocks and stresses. It's happening all at once. We don't have a luxury of saying, oh, this year we're going to focus on climate, and then next year we'll get back to thinking about customers. So the question that I'd like to put to all of you, when we think about this intersection of all of these different topics, trends, and challenges that we have, where do you think about this potential for sustainability, scalability that we're talking about with these services? Are we being optimistic by even thinking about it and having this conversation? Or are you seeing spaces in the market that are giving you hope from what you're doing, from what you're seeing, that are innovations that are bringing it together? How do we operate in this very intersectional, complex space? Ewan, do you want to start?
Thank you. Wow, that's a big question. I think for me, and I think, you know, relating it directly to what we're trying to do, for me, I think the intersection that most interests me, and I think which can have the most immediate impact on smallholder farmers, is really around what we're doing and access to credit. I think what we see and what we've seen is that when farmers have access to credit, it can provide really material improvements in terms of farm yield. You know, access to credit to purchase inputs can enhance yield by 70%. To mechanize, to irrigate, to mitigate post-harvest losses, you can pretty much double or triple yields, and yields in Africa are, you know, a fifth roughly of what they are in Europe and elsewhere. So for me, it's about how can we use the products we have, the tools we have, to allow access to credit, and I think insurance guarantees are a part of that. But I also think it's about providing analytics to farmers. It's about providing advisories to farmers. It's about making sure they have inputs. And in this way, it's like the entire point you're saying, everything kind of intersects. But I do see, I mean, the work we're doing and others are doing, I know Aseli's here, in opening up the agricultural sector to credit, and I mean, it's staggering that the lack of credit going to farmers, right? It's 30% roughly in any African economy. It's 60% roughly of the workforce, and yet it gets an average of less than 5% of private sector lending. And for me, I mean, we are seeing that starting to change. We are seeing progress in the work that we and others are doing. But I think that for me, everything kind of intersects there, and I think if we can solve that, it'll make a big difference.
Thanks, Ewan. Sharon, let's come to you, because Ewan was mentioning the work that Aseli is doing, which is very much at this intersection. So you can talk about that a bit?
Yeah, I think you just mentioned a little bit about the access to finance for agriculture sector. So we all think, okay, why aren't banks lending, especially commercial banks, right? Private money, local private money. I think one of the examples in the morning, the experiences of, you know, accessing foreign currency loans that then becomes very expensive when there's FX risk involved. So how do we unlock like local capital to be channeled to agriculture sector, and particularly go down to agriculture, you know, SMEs, which include our smallholder farmers? So you gotta think like a banker. So I briefly worked as a bank, in a bank. And remember, for a bank to lend to any business, you know, they don't want to lend to a very risky business, for example. They have to make sure that, you know, the risks that they are taking on make sense. And we already know that, you know, agriculture production is subject to climate risks, for example. So if you don't address all these intersections, you know, the SMEs in agriculture are never going to be attractive to private lenders. That's for sure. So what have we done as a Sally? So what we do is, one of our products is a de-risking mechanism. So we de-risk, and on top of that, we have what we're calling impact bonus. So if you as a bank is lending to an agri-SME or who is in production, who has, let's say, smart integration farming practices, who is using solar power. These are sort of like, you know, mitigation and adaptation technologies. Then you get additional incentive to lend to that SME. So what that is doing then is sort of, you know, incentivizing or encouraging our private lending partners to really look at, because it means you get additional bonus. It means that they start looking for those SMEs that meet, you know, climate, our climate criteria, which is including climate tech, smart agriculture practices, and things like that. So it's the same for gender. So we work with 40 lending institutions across 5 countries, And even with that, we don't see a lot of, in our portfolio, we don't see a lot of SMEs that meet climate and environment criteria. And so what we've done, then we've taken a step back and say, okay, why is that? And of course, it goes back to capacity within the private lending institutions as well. So there's a lot of intersections, and you can't really have one solution. You gotta have to have several things working together to achieve the goal that you need.
Thanks, and you're making a good business to make that decision.
Definitely.
Muriuki, you wanted to come in on that?
Yeah, just to pick up for where Sharon, I'm just trying to demystify what we are calling an intersection. So the way I like to look at a value chain is in two ways. What we call the flow of information and flow of value, right? So flow of information is how does the produce at the farmer level get all the way, the information about, farmer acreage, how much they're producing per day, and things like that, the challenges they're having. How does that then move to the aggregator level and to the processor level so that everybody understands what's happening within the value chain? The flow of value, when you look at it, is the processor then processes this and then sells to off-takers and then pays everybody down the value chain. That's how it works. So information moves up, value moves down. That's the reality. So the intersection for me is how do you connect all that? And we talked about nuances, especially when collecting data for women. But also we're not talking about the nuances of the different actors on that value chain, right? So that you understand the smallholder farmer down there is different from an aggregator. And the aggregator is different from the processor. So if you look at trade finance, which larger commercial banks do, it's purely built on collateral. And the processors are able to offer that collateral that they're given to buy plant and machinery and all that. The aggregator is highly liquid because they have to pay the farmer in real time. They don't have collateral. So what does that mean? The smallholder farmer needs small ticket size loans. And majorly in Kenya is built on data. Yeah, we look at M-Shwari and the rest is built on data. So how do you then create transparency on all that is needed for you to provide the finance? Because I always look at, and I hear a lot of conversations about financial services, lending, insurance, and all those things. For me, that's an output. Are we actually looking at the real problem? Because think about it. Even before you lend that milk farmer, if you solve an issue around quality, it doubles their income close to overnight. We've not included digital financial services anywhere there. If you look at macadamia, what we do is there's a loss of 25 to 30% between the aggregator and the processor because of quality issues. If you fix that, the aggregator income goes up by 30%. Simple solutions. If you look at tea, the most important bit is the tea pickers, and they're women. If you speak to them and they tell you, we organize ourselves in chamas, can you help us solve this? And they'll tell you, we only need 30% of our income. We save 70% of our income. That's what they tell you. For whatever reason, they save 70%. That's the reality. So what we are doing as Ketha is we're coming in and saying, so for the tea sector, saving is the problem. But how do you do that? First of all, create the rates. Understand how much is a kg per pickup, what's the quality that that factory is looking for, what is the frequency of payment, and all those things. Solve for those basic things first. If you look at macadamia as quality, insect, mold, and all of these things, solve for that so that you're able to trace that produce all the way into the process, and we're doing that all the way into export. It bumps up income by 30%. Milk, if you just give me 30 seconds, is something we found out in Trans Nzoia last week when I visited some of the chillers. And I'll give you guys an example. There's this guy with a motorbike that normally carries 150 to 200 liters a day. And he's got this book that he carries that's got names of all the milk farmers and all those things. So they told me that yesterday, they have a chiller that just collects 2,000 liters a day. They told me yesterday we poured 2,000 liters of milk. It went into waste. And I asked him why. What happens in the milk is when they go to the farmer, they've got this tube that they put in the milk to measure density. So it has to reach 28. If it's anything above 28, they don't collect that milk from the farmer. If it hits 28, they collect that. When it gets to the chiller, they measure for a couple of things. So there's a litmus paper that they put in, and they look at the level of chemicals that you put in the milk. The other bit, they look at the level of bacteria and all that. So if it passes all that test, then it's put in the cooler. But now here's a trick. Number one, they have a small tube, and if you have time, I'll show you the photo of that tube. It's got 30 litmus papers inside. That small tube cost 800 shillings. These folks have got 2,000 farmers. So it is too expensive for them to measure at the farm gate level, right? Because they cannot afford that tube that costs 800 with 30 litmus paper inside. So they have to do it at the chiller level. So what happens? You've already aggregated milk. So if you had 5 liters that is infected, that's how they ended up pouring 2,000 liters. So ladies and gentlemen, if we solve for that small problem, for the milk industry, for example, even before we get to financial services, if you solve for that small problem on quality checks at farm gate level, guess how much loss we are saving for the dairy industry in Kenya? So these are the solutions that we look at and the nuances for every actor. And this is a transporter who's telling us this, not the farmer. So we are ignoring some actors within the value chain that carry so many insights and are so impactful within the value chain as we look at how we can lend, how we can insure, which is good. But I think let's go down to the level of the actors and understand what are those small challenges that can actually tilt the balance in terms of how much they earn. And then based on that, because we have the data, then now we can layer the financial services.
Thanks, Munia. And what you're also pointing to is, in addition to the technical challenges, it's a relationship challenge. Because as whatever this actor might be doing, the solution might sit with someone else. But until they have that relationship and can collaborate and pull that together, that doesn't unlock. So the technology might be the easy part, and it's really the relationship where things move.
Correct.
Eric, let's come to you. How does this resonate with what's happening at FSD Tanzania and everything that you're doing there?
All right, thanks. So I won't repeat much of what's kind of already been said, but I kind of think back to a conversation that was sort of taking place earlier and that we were kind of, I think, also having at the table around actual usage of financial services, especially by farmers. If you think about, things like insurance or credit, what you're really talking about is is financial health. However, if you look at how, whether these products that are, that are currently in the market or that are being developed, how much value does that actually add to the, to the target segment for who they're meant for? If you think about even just in terms of insurance, even if you look at those of us in this room, assumedly some of us have vehicles, some of us have homes, or we live in apartments, but if you had to go by show of hands, how many of us have home insurance? How many people would actually raise their hands? And if you weren't mandated to pay for vehicle insurance or national health insurance, would you actually pay for it? So if that's the case for even the people in this room, imagine how much more, imagine how much utility that actually has, for a farmer who, we might use certain financial services because they offer convenience, like regardless of the cost, but the convenience is the value to us. To a farmer, the value to them is the actual money that they have. So if you're telling them to spend money on insurance, especially somewhere in Tanzania where our FinScope survey actually sort of asked this question, like, why don't you have insurance for your farm or health insurance? And the response that came back is most Tanzanians don't like to think of bad things happening to them. And they're also informal methods of kind of social protection where the community sort of comes together to help out someone who's in need. So so for me, when I think back of, in terms of addressing the product's needs, mismatch, is who are we innovating for? As we're sitting, as you correctly put it, in our office, who exactly are we, innovating for? I think some of the other points around, sort of data sharing and how maybe open banking can sort of help with some of this, so that you're actually developing products and policies based on, based on evidence and not just based off of what exists within your own sort of proprietary ecosystem as a financial service provider, or in some cases even as a regulator or a government agency that oversees, like the agricultural sector. And I think maybe the last thing that I would bring up is, like around maybe the use of, like sort of the use of platforms, to enhance sort of price, to enhance sort of price discovery and onboarding a lot of, and trying to onboard more agricultural products onto digital platforms such as a mercantile exchange, such as the one we have in Tanzania as well. So those
Thanks,
are
Eric.
just some of the reflection.
A lot has come out of these conversations, and thanks to our 4 panelists for elevating them in the room, for everything that we've talked about, and a lot for us to take forward as we go to lunch and to continue the conversation. So Grace, back to you.
A round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much for your reflections, for your additions onto the topic. We'll just take a photo before you go back. So I'll just ask whoever is mandated with that responsibility to just quickly take a photo of the panel before they go. As he does that, I have the pleasure of announcing it is now lunchtime, so we will be having our lunch on the 4th floor. Before you get up there, you need a voucher, so please pass by the reception, so where you picked up your tag or where you registered, there'll be a number of people standing there with vouchers. Please don't go to the 4th floor without the vouchers. Also, you can either use the stairs up to the 4th floor or you can use the lift. We will have an hour for lunch. So we will expect people to be back at 2:15 for the rest of the afternoon program. The second masterclass will be on human-centered design thinking, which will be run by IDEO, happening. So this room will break into 2. So when you come back, the setup will be a little different. So I'll ask you to please carry your bags and your stuff, because when you come back, things will be a bit different from how you leave them. So this will be broken into 2. This first part is where we'll be having the agribusiness impacts in a climate session. The next half, the second half, the back half will now be human-centered systems design thinking. And then we'll have a third masterclass around dry land financing that will be facilitated by Spark. There will be a TALEC. So TALEC is when you're at the registration area, when you just take a right, you'll see the room at the extreme right of the corridor. So those are the 3 master classes, which I think everyone had registered for. So please find your room after lunch. We'll also be around, as well as the ushers, in case you need support with getting your room. So thank you. Enjoy your lunch. And please don't forget to take a voucher as you go up.
Jared, are you in the room?